A very warm welcome to this year's Cybernode Cybersecurity Collaboration Conference. My name is Shahid. I am the project leader of the Cybernode and also the director of cybersecurity unit at RISE. I'm also a docent in Uppsala University. The idea of Cybernode was coined around 4 years ago. Today we are 150 plus members spanning across industry, academia, and public sector. This is the second iteration of this conference, and we are very happy to organize this again. We have 190 plus people registered for physical and about 40 plus for online. So the main purpose of this conference today is we have 31 projects funded by Vinnova, SSF, and MSP. And we want to increase collaboration between those projects. But we also want to increase collaboration between all of you who are here and the organizations you represent. I hope this will be a day well spent. And with this, I would like to hand over to Martin, who is the coordinator of the Cybernode. Martin, together with Christoffer Karsberg from MSP, will be our moderators today. Warm welcome again. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Shahid. Thank you. My name is Martin Bergling, as Shahid said. I'm the coordinator of Cybernode. This is the second time. We are very happy to arrange this for the second time. Actually, we hope to make this a yearly event. It's also very nice to see a number of well-known faces here. I will moderate the tracks in this room, and Christoffer will moderate Christoffer, please stand up, will moderate the tracks in room B, Empire State Building. That room is located across the hallway. There are 2 entrances to that room. You can see the signs, and there will be people helping you to get there if you choose to go to the B tracks later on today. At the bottom of this slide, you can see our sponsors, MSP. I'll start with Vinnova, our main sponsor, who is paying for the ongoing work in Cybernode. And we are also thankful to MSP and to SSF, who are contributing to the cost for this conference. Thank you very much. They will talk more after me. Some practical issues. We have 31 projects, as Shahid mentioned, and thus a tight time schedule. Therefore, we choose not to have questions from the audience during the presentations. Instead, you're welcome to ask your questions at the exhibition. We also ask you to try to keep track of time and be in place when the tracks are starting. We will help the speakers to keep track of time by showing them signs, 3 minutes, 1 minute, red sign, 0, to help them to keep track of their 10 minutes. Security information. The other room, the B room, Empire State Building, there are 60 chairs, and due to fire rules, we are not allowed to have standing people in there. So when these 60 chairs are filled, the doors are closed. So if you are keen on listening to a track in there or a special speech, make sure to go there in time. But remember that you can also look at the conference afterwards, so you will not miss anything important. We will publish the conference on our website. It will take at least a few days, but we'll do it as soon as we can. The wardrobe out in the hallway is staffed all day. In case of emergency, there are emergency exits. 1, 2, 3. And the restrooms, there are restrooms across the hallway. There are also restrooms in the main hallway. If you go around to the registration for Science Tower and ask them to open the restroom on the other side, there are 2 restrooms there too. Okay, let's look at the agenda. Actually, I should have talked to this picture, but you've heard it all. No, I missed one thing. The bell. My colleague and co-coordinator, Stina Gullander, will ring the bell 3 minutes before we start the session. Okay, the agenda then. We have an introduction I'm doing right now, then I will talk a few words about Cybernode. Christoffer Karsberg will talk about NCC-SE. Jonas, Bjarne and Tommy Schönberg. And finally, Shahid Raza will talk about Cybercampus Sweden. And then we move on to the keynotes. We should have had Danica Kragic. Sorry to say, she couldn't come. But instead, we have Professor Andrei Sabelfeld from Chalmers, who also active in the WASP activities. So that's a good replacement. That's not a way to say it. We're very happy to have you here. Andrei will also have a speech later on. And then Eva Fogelström, Director of Security Research, responsible for security research at Ericsson. Then at 11:25 we start the project presentations. And those of you who want to listen to the 1B track, please hurry on to move into the B room. And then we have lunch. We have wraps for lunch in the exhibition area. We continue at 13:20 with track 2A and 2B. And at 14:20 we have to move quick again in order to listen to the Minister of Civil Defense, Carl-Oskar Bolin. That speech will be in Swedish. And then a coffee break, and we continue with the final presentations. And then evening mingle. And there's a lot of you who have signed up for it, so let's meet there and have something good to eat and drink. That will be nice. That's also in the exhibition area. Okay, I hope you are well into how the day will look like. Let me say a few words about the Cybernode. The title we got from Vinnova at the start was much longer. The National Node for Accelerating Innovation and Research in Cybersecurity. And it's me and Stina, who is coordinators of this. A few words about the background. Many people saw problems back in 2015. We saw that we needed to continue to build some kind of collaboration network, and that's what we're doing today. So the goals for the node, I'll read the 4 headlines. Bring together industry, academia, and public sector. Create a favorable innovation climate, whatever that is. Contribute to faster and more secure digitization in Sweden. And finally, strengthen both competitiveness and exports. And finally, we need to be better to win funds from the research programs within EU. So the target groups, we are, as Shahid mentioned, 150 members. from these different types of groups. We haven't that many investors. I hope to work on that a little bit in the future. There should be people out there interested in investing if we have good ideas. So the timeline. We started 3 years ago after an initiative from Vinnova and RISE. We got 3 million per year for the ongoing work. And last year we got an assignment from MSB, who now is building our ECCC organization in Sweden. The node, the task for us in the node is to create a Swedish cybersecurity competence community. The main activities: networking and matchmaking, idea pitch meetings. When there's a call, we will arrange meetings where people can meet and pitch their ideas in order to find people to collaborate with. Create more working groups, find funding opportunities, and disseminate information. Here are the active working groups today. We're trying to create even more. And we also want to focus more on innovation, not just talk about cybersecurity, how to innovate in this area. And finally, here is a picture from October 21, but it shows you the type of organizations that we have on board. Now there are, as we have said, 150. And now I see the sign 0 minutes, and I would like to introduce Christoffer Karsberg from MSB. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, Christoffer Karsberg is my name, and I'm coordinator at the Swedish National Coordination Center for Cybersecurity Research and Innovation, NCC-SE, an acronym that is not to be confused with NCC-SE, which is the National Cybersecurity Center, which is something totally different. So I'm going to give you an overview of what this NCC-SE is in its context. So the background, we have several EU initiatives to increase cybersecurity capacity in the EU. You know about the NIS directive. Now we are approaching NIS 2 to be implemented in 24 months in Sweden. And the Cybersecurity Act and other initiatives. And this initiative is an EU regulation that was adopted June last year, defining 3 components: a European Competence Center for Cybersecurity, ECCC, a network of national coordination centers, NCCs, and a European Cybersecurity Competence Community with stakeholders from the demand side and supply side. So this is an ecosystem that will contribute to boost cybersecurity research and innovation in the Union, mainly through 2 programs: Horizon Europe, which is mainly a research program, and Digital Europe, which is an implementation program. So the mission for the European Competence Center and the network of NCCs is to strengthen the cybersecurity and competitiveness of the EU by developing the Union's capacity within research, innovation, and competence. So you have the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, which mainly manages the cybersecurity parts of Horizon Europe and Digital Europe programs and manages the calls. And then you have this network of NCCs that mainly represent ECCC in the member states and also represent the member states back to the ECCC. And lastly, but not least, we have the cybersecurity community, which is an arena for stakeholders, like I said, from the demand side and supply side within research and innovation. And the national coordination centers have the responsibility to coordinate the national parts of the European cybersecurity community. Just shortly about our services as an NCC-SE. That is to support the European competence community in its mission. We are the national contact point towards the European level. And one of this is to collect and highlight Swedish priorities to the ECCC when they define their programs and calls. The third thing is to promote these EU initiatives, to make them visible, to market them. And the fourth thing is the pedagogic part, to give guidance regarding the calls. When you are actually performing your proposals, we are there to support you. And we also will be able to have some financial support, mainly to SMEs, through the European program Digital Europe. And we coordinate the stakeholders through, which is a Swedish competence community. And this is where our collaboration is with RISE regarding the Cybernode. So we have started a cooperation regarding the coordination of the Swedish cybersecurity competence community through the Cybernode. So we are working tightly with Martin and Stina. Where are you? I don't see you. Yes. Regarding this coordination, and there are many parts in this, and one part is to sort of integrate the Swedish part in the European community. So the main tool regarding this ecosystem and the support is, of course, financing through the two programs, Horizon Europe and Digital Europe. And most of these calls require EU-based actors or that they have a seat in associated member states. Just shortly about these two programs. Horizon Europe, Cluster 3, which is Civil Security for Society Research Program, contains topics on cybersecurity and other parts, mostly consortia models, often cross-border corporations. There is a draft program published now. It could be some slight changes, so please see this as a draft. So this year, there will be focus on IoT, edge, cloud, and data spaces, and also privacy preserving and identity management technologies, and security of robust AI systems. So these calls will open end of June and close end of November, so that you can get a pre-notice of this. And next year, there will be focus on security in software and hardware development, and also post-quantum cryptography transition, that is quantum-resistant cryptography. And then we have Digital Europe, which is the implementation program. And there, individual entities can apply for many of these topics. And many topics have no need for cross-border cooperation. And there is a call open at the moment, which will close already mid-February, on cyber ranges, 5G security, SOCs, and SME uptake of cybersecurity solution, and NIS compliance. But this is about to end now. So if you haven't started your proposal, well, if you have experience, you may have time, but it's really approaching the end of this call. But then there's another call coming up on more focus on security operation centers, different aspects, and cybersecurity emergency mechanism with ENISA as a driver, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, and also support to the network of NCCs, and a new topic which is coordination between the cybersecurity civilian and defense spheres through dual-use synergies. And the last one is about standardization in the area of cybersecurity, mainly through the Cyber Resilience Act. So just a note here, this is a draft program and it's still being worked on. But the time will probably be that the call will open during Q2 and close Q3 this year. And the same goes for the next year, Q2 and Q3. So if you want more information about these calls and want to stay updated regarding this, please visit msb.se/ncc-SE or the Cybernode. I just want to mention one short thing about MSB and our support as the Civil Contingencies Agency. And I forgot to say that NCC-SE is hosted by MSB. MSB performs research support, about 150 million Swedish kronor for research per year. We have 60 ongoing projects and 8 projects within cybersecurity, and some of them you will hear about today. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Christoffer. And now a few words from our sponsor. Just kidding. Tommy, welcome. Yeah.
You're sure? I will try if it's...
Sorry, Jonas from
Vinnova.
SSF. Jonas, Bjarne.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so... Okay, so good morning, everybody. I'm Jonas Bjarne from SSF. We're one of the organizers here today, as Martin said, so I wish you welcome from SSF side also, of course. I will just say a few brief words about SSF and our initiatives in ICT and cybersecurity. And the first, of course, SSF stands for Swedish Foundation for Strategic Research, Stiftelse för strategisk forskning in Swedish. So we're a foundation almost 30 years old, but we feel that the field of strategic research actually is even more important today than it was 29 years ago, whenever it was set up. Of course, this word, what do they mean? Well, in the context of SSF, it's clearly defined in our foundations. What we mean by strategic research is that you need to press 2 buttons. You need to have excellent basic research, and it must be applicable to Swedish industry and society. It must be of use of that. So you see 2 of the foundation for the sentences from our foundations here that as well high scientific quality as industrial use of basic research directed towards strategic areas. You should also note that SSF is also an independent non-government funding organization. That means that we're independent of government politics, and we can also act and react quite fast using the funding we have available. If you look at our position in the Swedish R&D funding system, we define our position like this. You see on the horizontal axis, you go from basic research to more commissioned research, while in the vertical one, you have from basic research to applied research. And you see, again, that we commission or we direct research towards certain areas, like ICT, cybersecurity. But while we're there, we do not do applied research, but more basic or fundamental, low TRL research. It's almost like if you take Vetenskapsrådet, Swedish Research Council, our projects are similar to the projects when they're actually running, but we select areas similar to Vinnova. So we only fund in certain research areas. So here you have a picture of SSF's core, as it's called. The 2 top ones I already talked about, societal impact and scientific quality. I also like to very briefly mention that we have a lot of programs for individual researchers. So if you're academy or institute researchers, please have a look at the website. We have programs for leadership, mobility, and so on and so forth. I will not mention them all, but have a look at our website, or of course grab me during the day, and I will try to answer your questions there. Okay. See, did I get it? Here. So if we move now to the ICT part. Well, we're trying here an analogy with a tree, actually. So our overall goal or mission, if it's high-level word, but is to support a continuous future scalable computing infrastructure. as you see in the tree, middle of the tree. And we are actually doing work, as we see it, in the roots of the tree. We're trying to help generate new knowledge that in quite a long time for SCT, I mean 10 plus years, it's a long time in the ICT area, try to get to create new abilities, to be able to pick the nice fruits in the trees. So you see on the yellow box to the left there, we have a portfolio, ICT portfolio budget of approximately 1 billion Swedish crowns. And currently they are distributed in a series of programs that you see there. You see on the bottom more ICT hardware-oriented ones. The most current one actually is the Semiconductor System Design Center that we're trying to set up. To the left you have more towards data, AI, machine learning programs. And then of course you have also software and in yellow cybersecurity program that we will discuss today. This is an overview of the SSF projects you will see and listen to today. They will discuss the project contents, of course. I will just give an overall slide here showing that the budget for our cybersecurity program is 300 million Swedish crowns. We have 10 projects, so it means approximately 30 million crowns per project. And we believe this is maybe the major cybersecurity research initiative in Sweden. So the projects actually have quite some funding to act on. And with that, I thank you again, wish you welcome, and hope you have an interesting day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bjarne. And now it is time for Tommy Schönberg from Vinnova.
Thank you very much, Martin. Hi, everyone. I only have one picture, and I believe it's this. So, Sweden. Sweden is a fantastic country for innovation. We are among the top countries in the European Innovation Index. We're among the top countries in the Global Innovation Index. So this is a fantastic country to conduct research and innovation. But we can't lean back and take that for granted. There's a lot of hard work behind being in that position. And we need to continue supporting the capabilities that are needed for Sweden to be in the top of the Innovation Index. Some of those areas are, of course, funding research and innovation projects. The second part is that we need infrastructure where we can test our solutions, we can test our products and services. We also need infrastructure for demonstrating the possibilities of these new technologies, the new value chains, the new business models. A third part is that we need complementary structures for fast knowledge sharing from ongoing innovation projects to our close colleagues, to our colleagues in our organization, and also to some extent to the organizations in our value chains or in our sector. The fourth part is that we need an arena, a meeting point where we can discuss the challenges that we see, discuss the solutions and find collaborations, because that is what makes up this innovation ecosystem where we can be at the top globally. My name is Tommy Schönberg. I am managing a program at Vinnova called Advanced Digitalization. And these 4 parts are included in that program. It's a partnership with Ericsson, Saab, ABB, and Teknikföretagen. And Teknikföretagen are hosting the program office. So if you want to come in contact with the program, please contact Teknikföretagen. We also have calls open right now at Vinnova's website about some of the technologies that we are addressing. Now this program is long term. We're planning for a yearly budget of 2 billion crowns per year, where half comes from the government and half comes from the industry. We started in 2021 from a blank slate. So during these last 2 years, we have created the structure of the program, organization and the initial plans of what we need to do. And during these 2 years, we have funded 60 projects with a total budget of about 800 million crowns. And you will hear the challenges and solutions from some of those projects here today, and I'm really looking forward to those. And I'm really looking forward to all the other interesting talks that we will have here today. Now, advanced digitalization is about maturing the capabilities that are needed for secure data flows through complex system of systems. So we want to see solutions where you can have autonomous functions running through different kinds of systems without the need of human interaction. And the field you're working in, cybersecurity, is an essential capability in this. So what you do here is really important for digitalization and for the innovation system in Sweden. So I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank especially Cybernode with Martin, Stina, and Shahid, and everyone else hosting this event. And I hope that you listen to all of the interesting presentations, that you meet new people, ask what the challenges are, listen to the solutions, and hopefully also find new collaborations so we can keep on maturing this innovation system and keeping Sweden at the top of the innovation index. Thank you.
Tack Tommy. And now Shahid Raza from RISE.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, once again, my name is Shahid, and today my part here is to present Cybercampus and some other initiatives, and also to help you go through all the initiatives that are happening, so how they're linked together, so you have a better picture of Swedish cybersecurity landscape when it comes to research, education, and innovation. So before I go into Cybercampus Sweden, I have one slide on cybersecurity research and education landscape in Sweden, specifically with respect to ongoing research projects and some initiatives and some educational programs. So if you look at this research grants, Vinnova is funding lots of cybersecurity projects, and many of them we'll hear today. In addition to this advanced digitalization program, there are other programs like ITEA, Celtic Next, and Eureka Cluster in general. They also have a lot of cybersecurity projects and programs. So that one source. SSF, we heard that 300 million on cybersecurity for cybersecurity research. Vetenskapsrådet, which is not represented here today, but they are also opening up a new call primarily for cybersecurity. So hopefully they will be co-sponsor and be here next year, their projects, which will be funded through this new VR cybersecurity program. We will hear WASP, so I'll not go in detail. So they are also setting aside 180 million for cybersecurity. So Andre will go into details. MSB last year had a program on cybersecurity with 20 million, but they have previous programs with the same amount, and up to 8 projects that Christoffer mentioned are ongoing in this area. COCOS, which is another funding organization that funds only small universities or new universities. So they have funded recently a graduate school on cybersecurity with 16 million. Simone is the coordinator of that school, and we are part of that as well. In addition to these research grants, there are some initiatives, important initiatives to know. SWITS, which is a group of PhD students and professors active for last 20 years in Sweden. So again, coordinated by Karlstad University and Simone, where we annually meet in for a couple of days and discuss cybersecurity. So it's a very academic and nice for PhD students and professors and scientists in the area of cybersecurity. KTH, together with Swedish Armed Forces, has set up a CIDIS, a Center for Information Security. And among the research goals, they are also training cyber soldiers in Sweden, so extremely important initiative. when it comes to practical infrastructures, we have a Swedish cyber range in FOE, and also which is primarily focused on military and also critical infrastructure. RISE also set up a cyber range a couple of years ago, which is here in Kista, and it's a large infrastructure for cybersecurity. And we just hired Stuart Kowalski, who will manage some of the activities and business development there. And in addition to this, of course, there are lots of groups active in Swedish universities doing research and also education. When it comes to ongoing educational programs in Sweden, there are a number of masters, and for 120 and 60, so 1 year, 2 years master's program. Stockholm University has a program on information security, LTU on information security. Örebro University has more program on security management side. Högskola i Skövde has a program on privacy, information security, information and cybersecurity. BTH also has a bachelor's program where there are lots of cybersecurity courses, but it's a more bachelor and little broad program. Halmstad University has a program on digital forensics. Some new programs, KTH has started a program last year, very focused on cybersecurity, and most courses are on cybersecurity. Linköping University 2023. Högskolan West, they are starting a cybersecurity program, 1 year program. MDU next year, and hopefully Uppsala a year after on a new program on master cybersecurity. So when it comes to cybersecurity, if I group together Swedish initiatives, so there are initiatives which are primarily for cyber operations. And the others are coordinations, like Cybernode, and then some on education and research focused on. So National Cybersecurity Center, which is a center where 7 authorities, agencies, 4 of them military, and then police and PTS, and MSB are part of. They are looking at national defense and operations on cybersecurity and the coordination between these authorities and agencies that have different mandates. Cybernode and NCC, you have heard today. So they are more on the coordination of cybersecurity and increasing the Swedish participation in EU programs. But so far, we didn't have any place where you actually can go and do cybersecurity research as a collaboration in Sweden. Hence, we were, last year, or a year before, I'll go through it, we started an initiative called Cybercampus. So this program, or this idea of Cybercampus was initiated by KTH, Swedish Armed Forces, and RISE. And the first thing we developed is a brochure. You can find it on the Cybercampus website, but this highlights what is this all about on a very high level. And then thanks to Vinnova, we got some money from Vinnova to formalize this idea a bit, and we started a planning program where KTH, RISE, Swedish Armed Forces, Saab, Ericsson, MSB, and Vinnova, they are working together now to set up, this program and how should it look like. And I'm sure many of you have participated in our workshops as well. So the high-level mission of this Cyber Campus is really to do research, education, innovation, which goes beyond individual university. We don't want to redo the same stuff that can be achieved in an individual university or institute or a company. So we transformed this mission into 6 activities. One of them is agile research, agile education, which means that we should be able to not just on the typical university programs, but we should have programs on lifelong learning, Högskolor, and provide an opportunity for the people who are already in the business to learn cybersecurity as a more formal program. Joint research among universities, we see this event is an excellent event to bring together these 3 initiatives, MSB, Vinnova, and SSF projects, on a more coordination level once a year meet, but see an environment when all funded projects work much more closer together So we have, the Cybercampus idea is to have joint research and also fund other, in addition to these projects, other projects as well. And then the research project doesn't end up with a research paper. So it should translate into innovation, and we should have money and infrastructure to continue after the end of the project to convert this into some product and service, and during the project as well. We felt that there are no really place when Sweden has to respond to EU directives to get an expert opinion. So it's end up in the individual experts. So Cybercampus could have a place to go when you have to help policymakers on cybersecurity as well. Coordination of European large-scale programs, like Digital Europe especially, is also one of the main goals. And last but not least, with all this, we want to have international visibility for Swedish cybersecurity research, education, and most importantly, innovation. So, of course, we looked at what others do in Sweden and in Europe when it comes to similar programs. We have visited 2 of these institutes. One is Cyber Defense Campus in Switzerland, which is a very similar initiative or idea that we have. And also Athene, which is a large setup in Germany, bringing together universities and industry and research institutes. We also looked at SciLife Lab, which is a setup here in Sweden between Karolinska, KTH, Uppsala University, Stockholm University, and now extended to other universities as well, which managed to run for 10 years without being a legal entity. And they are quite successful in this. So this is also, I mean, we looked at them and see how a Cybercampus setup can be established. So a little journey on what's happened so far and where did we start. So as I said, the idea was initiated in the KTH CDIS, and they talked to RISE, and we said, oh, this looks really a missing piece in the puzzle when it comes to cybersecurity research education in Sweden. So we said, go ahead, and first thing, we wrote an article in a political magazine called Alltinget, and after a week, the Centerpartiet, they wrote another article in the same magazine, and this was so amazing, but in one quarter, the Swedish parliament, the idea of Cybercampus was debated in Swedish parliament already on February 14. And the journey continued, and again, thanks to Vinnova, we got some money to formalize this and put together a planning group, which now consists of 7 entities. Meanwhile, we also had a very impressive event in KTH where the Cybercampus brochure was presented, and the Swedish royal family and lots of industry and high-profile people showed up. And this was the first time this idea was publicly released and a brochure was given. The journey continued, and then we expanded the idea to all players in Sweden. This is not an initiative between these 2-3. The success lies in the cooperation entire Sweden. We had 5 workshops where I know many of you have participated. So we started with 1 workshop at KTH, which was a more generic workshop, and then we had 4 thematic workshops, 1 on education, research, innovation, and then in internationalization or policy sports. And these were organized in KTH, RISE, Karlstad, and Chalmers, so different places in Sweden. We concluded the Chalmers workshop a couple of weeks ago, and now we are preparing the final reports of the first phase, which is ending end of March. If you look at the support for Cybercampus, we have very strong support from 3 organizations that started the idea. The Supreme Commander of Swedish Armed Forces, Mikael Bodin, himself know about this idea and signed off and supporting this idea. The CEO of RISE, Pia Sandvik, and the ex-rector of KTH, Sigrid, was also on board and actively supporting this idea. In addition to this, Vinnova, MSB, EVA. EVA had a project on cybersecurity, and one of the outcomes came out of it, we want Cybercampus in Sweden. So that was really very encouraging for the planning team. On the On the more political side, it's Centerpartiet very actively supported this and initiated a debate in Swedish parliament. Most importantly, the moderates, Paul Jonsson, who was not a defense minister at that time, he wrote an article where say they will fund Cybercampus if they win. And now they win, and the guy is a defense minister. And after that, they reiterated their commitment. And so I'm quite confident that sooner or later, it's a very busy period for defense ministry in Sweden nowadays because of NATO and everything happening in Ukraine and so. But it's the commitment is strong. Commitment is still there. Individual members of the parliament, Regeringskansliet, we had many meetings with them from the defense, commerce, and foreign affairs and justice department. They are on the board. Large industry, Saab, Ericsson, Telia, Farm, and many others on this. And of course, many universities who, I think we have 12 universities participated in the last Cybercampus workshop. So please keep yourself updated on the website, cybercampus.se. This is a glimpse of the Swedish royal family when they visited Cybercampus, cybersecurity event in KTH, and the Cybercampus idea was presented. So what's next? So we had planning group ongoing, which is ending in March. So we are transforming this to in some form of working groups, which is extended to many more organizations. We will finish the Vinnova projects. We already have some commitment, not in legal form, but more than just verbal commitments from Vinnova, from new advanced digitalization programs. We are trying to create synergies with that program. From the ministry, defense ministry, and also a couple of other industries who are part of this. So I'm quite confident that this will fly and we will soon get the funding required. We said that in order to achieve such an initiative, you need at least 100 million per year. And we have, hopefully, this commitment of 100 million will be a realization soon. So yeah, a guy from Swedish Armed Forces, David Olgard, who was part of this, he said, if the same thing happens in Swedish Armed Forces, it takes 10 years. So we achieve almost the same in 1 year. So we are very confident about this initiative that this will continue. And we will, of course, translate this strategy into actions. And we are developing the roadmap for research and development in Sweden. With this, Paula says 0 minutes, and I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shahid. And now our two keynotes. And the first one, Andrei Sabelfeld, welcome.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm jumping in for Professor Danica Kragic from KTH, who is the co-director of WASP on external relations. So she would have given you excellent perspective on what WASP is up to. Excellent update. So me jumping in, I have a different role in WASP, more of a professor in cybersecurity who's been interacting with WASP. So hopefully I can share some of those experiences and share some of the opportunities that WASP offers that everybody can use. So that's my role here today. So what is WASP? WASP is a large program that involves 5 universities and 3 excellence research groups. So who is part of WASP today? It's Chalmers, KTH, Linköping, Lund, and Umeå. These are the core universities involved in WASP, as well as 3 excellent research groups. So those are Örebro, Uppsala, and Luleå. This group is not static by any means. In fact, Luleå University has been just added. We had a presentation 2 weeks ago at the big WASP event where we got to know more about what this excellence group is doing in Luleå. And that means that if you're not yet part of WASP and would like to become a part of WASP, then essentially talk to university and ask them to approach WASP and possibly join WASP. So there is a way to have a discussion about that with WASP. What's the vision of WASP? it's very much centered around excellence. This is what we heard from Jonas a little bit with SSF, prioritizing excellence and applications to Swedish industry. So WASP is really pushing excellence. And what is explicitly mentioned in the vision is that all this excellence should be good in the long term for the Swedish industry. Therefore, the mission is to build a leading platform for academic research in Sweden that interacts with industry. And the meaning of platform is very broad. This can be research infrastructure, this could be researchers themselves, so any kinds of collaboration possibilities. That's what WASP is interested in supporting. Some numbers, just to show you the scale of this program. So it's 6.2 billion Swedish crowns that WASP is kind of using for sponsoring activities. The goal is to have 600 students graduated within the program, which is also showing the scale, and 80 faculty recruitments. So yeah, we're talking about the program with major impact on Swedish research. If you look at some of the goals for the kind of technologies that WASP is enabling, then we see many of the societal important problems. But we also can notice that cybersecurity is very much cross-cutting through all of them. So you see here, transport, healthcare, finance, everywhere, security is absolutely important. So it's great to see this list. That's where security is very important. The goals for artificial intelligence as well. So it's hard to imagine any kind of AI where security is not important. So because the adversary can be anywhere in the ecosystem that uses AI. Many of you have seen the example with stop sign and confusing the car so that it doesn't think it's a stop sign. So this would be a typical example of confusing a classifier. Other examples include poisoning models. Typical example would be you create a bunch of websites and cross-link them to confuse Google so that you divert research queries to your website and profit from that. So that's an example of poisoning Google's model of AI that would drive these search queries. So it keeps popping up everywhere. So cybersecurity is of absolute importance for AI. So we see it popping up everywhere, and indeed this is some of the challenges identified by WASP today in the different clusters of autonomous systems, software, and AI. For example, robotics, which is mentioned here. Essentially, one of the key challenges is to connect systems that are otherwise have been isolated before. So to make kind of robots from different domains to talk to each other. And that immediately triggers cybersecurity challenges. What are the trust levels? How do they authenticate to each other, right? So cybersecurity is crucial for that. You see under the challenges for software, security and safety is mentioned explicitly. So monitoring systems for safety and security is one of the explicit goals identified this year. And for AI, as I mentioned, adversary can be anywhere. Many of the research done in this area is quite optimistic. They say, okay, security is future work. You've seen it in many papers. And in the security domain, it's the other extreme. All papers are attack papers, right? So like whatever you kind of come up with can be attacked. So there are more questions than answers. We need robust and fair AI, and that's an active area of research. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time clarifying WASP instruments, because that's where all these opportunities for researchers and industry to be engaged with WASP and get some support. So research program, okay, that's the main priority that kind of identifies interesting areas. Graduate school, so it's a very ambitious instrument that has this goal of having 600 students being graduated. I should say that 150 of those students are actually industrial PhD students, which makes a very interesting kind of possibility for industry to be involved in research. The setup is excellent for industry. The idea is that a graduate student would be employed by industry, but actually it's WASP who's covering the salary of the industrial student, and the student will be enrolled in a university. So that's a great way to promote collaboration. Another successful instrument is recruitment. So it's very hard to get great people to come to Sweden. We compete internationally. How do we get excellence here? Well, that's where WASP comes in with substantial packages. So essentially, at junior level, WASP would offer a package, a PhD student or a postdoc, which makes very attractive to apply and come to our university. So this is an excellent instrument. We've recruited many different people and very happy with this. Talking about collaboration with industry, Research Arena is an excellent instrument. So essentially, it's a field where industry and research can collaborate and perform testing and experiments. The arenas are divided in different categories. For example, there's an arena for robotics, arena for software, for various types of domains. And in fact, they're quite impressive. So many of these arenas, they're drones you can use, they're boats, you can install all kinds of equipment you can experiment with. So there's a kind of quite amazing infrastructure that is available. And it's very inclusive, so a lot of industrial players in Sweden are part of these arenas. Another instrument is internationalization. Maybe also, that's where many of the less known kind of opportunities are, but it's absolutely top-notch. WASP has agreements with some top universities that allow hosting Sweden's researchers in those universities for free for those universities. Okay, so let's say somebody wants to do a postdoc at Berkeley or Stanford, then WASP might have possibility of providing support for a postdoc to go and enjoy this kind of postdoc and then come back to Sweden possibly. So many interesting possibilities there. Last instrument is communication events and networking. So there was a big WASP event 2 weeks ago, for example. It was quite substantial. There are all kinds of events, both for working groups, popularization of science, outreach to industry. So a lot of things going on there. For example, what's coming up now, on 1st of June, we'll have a WASP for All event here in the beautiful city of Stockholm, where we have essentially WASP focusing on cybersecurity. So this is very related to this event, with kind of more of an idea of public outreach, companies and public. So please stay tuned. Our program will be coming up in the spring. So from what we have today at WASP, so I mentioned some of the goals with, for example, 600 students being recruited. So actually, already 409 students are already in the system. So WASP has come a long way towards those goals. So that's excellent. Yeah, so you see lots of professors already in place. I see many of you here. Some of you are in the audience, WASP professors. One of the excellent examples is, for example, software activities at KTH. So thanks to WASP, there's a critical mass that is supported. So it's really amazing to see this happening. 80 companies and agencies engaged in WASP. That's another great number. And I'd like to focus a little bit on the nests. So you see here mentioned 9 nests. Okay, what is a nest? So essentially, it's an excellent initiative which allows researchers to set up larger projects and then kind of, with some inter-university collaborations. So we already have 9 nests in place. This was quite fresh. They started in April last year. And in fact, one of the nests is on cybersecurity. So let me tell you more about this nest because I happen to be coordinating this nest. This nest is about automated and autonomous cybersecurity for IoT. So that's the goal of this project. The idea with IoT is that the systems are fragmented, coming from different vendors, operating on different standards. So who is really in control, right? This is one of the key issues there. For users, there are various automation platforms that help users control this. So you see here in this slide the example of user, let's say, send me a map where I parked my car. So it's an automation that connects the car with some email services. or automatically back up all my photos on Dropbox. That's another automation that you might have. So there are all these automation platforms that enable this. However, this kind of automation platforms, they become a person in the middle. So they get access to all the users' car location, pictures, and everything, just for the sake of this automation. That's where the project comes in, so called Cybersecurity, where we have the goal of decentralizing these kind of automation platforms, making sure that we can govern permissions from users in a usable way. We can come up with secure aggregation possibilities, so we can apply machine learning techniques in a federated way. So talking about all those AI problems with and security. So the unique thing with this project is combination of different actors. So this really allows us to kind of target ambitious goals. And we really can push all the way from theory to practice. So that's what WASP likes a lot. So also like SSF, as Jonas mentioned. So it's great to see this theme in many places. So on KTH side, we have Mossad Balou, who's also here in the audience, representing expertise in solid techniques, formal methods, programming languages for security. At Chalmers, so we work a lot on applying theory to practice. So we contribute with expertise on software, web. And we have Simone Fischer-Hübner, who is privacy expert #1 in Sweden, contributing with privacy and ACI expertise. And finally, we have Vincent Stora, who's contributing on the big data expertise in AI and differential privacy. So very nicely complementing the consortium. So we have Chalmers, KTH, and Umeå. And one of the practical applications that we'll use in the demonstration is building a cybersecurity dashboard for secure data aggregation, where we have Ericsson, ICA, and City of Stockholm contributing with use cases, and that's where we hope to get these use cases supported by the project. So that's an example of a NASP and cybersecurity. Hopefully, we'll have a few more of those, and that comes back to the initiative of WASP of 180 million until 2031. So that's a very ambitious goal. At the moment, it's quite early in the stages, so it's actually good to mention it in this group, because we have some input on how to best distribute these resources, and you're very welcome to reach out to WASP and give your ideas. So far, they've done bibliometric analysis, essentially who is who in Sweden, what's going on, what are the areas. And essentially what you'll see is a combination of recruitments, those assistant professor, associate professor positions, some connection to arenas, so for testing security, and nests. So this is what we mean by large-scale projects here. So hopefully more of nests that connect to some of the existing WASP activities. So the takeaway from this talk, lots of things happen with security at WASP. Stay tuned. The calls will be coming out soon, so please apply and enjoy the benefit of collaborating with WASP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I'd like to invite Director Security Research Eva Fogelström from Ericsson. She will talk about benefits of cybersecurity research in Sweden, an industrial perspective. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Many clicks to get to my slides. So I was asked to talk a little bit about what happens in industry. How do we benefit from the research, the excellent research that is taking place in Sweden? And just to give you a bit of background here, this is where I come from, Ericsson Research Security. I head up the security department then within the research organization, which is a global organization, so Ericsson worldwide. What we do is to define, prototype, and standardize security solutions for future mobile networks, which places us in the time span of 3 to 5, sometimes 10 years ahead in time from now. And we engage in academic collaborations we also have a very close interaction with the business areas at Ericsson. So this places us somewhere in between product development and academic research. And we also engage in external projects to a fairly large extent. And we also communicate a lot about what we do. So we have academic publications, blogs, white papers, and so on. So a lot of these things are actually available. And a few examples of collaborations that we have ongoing now is Concordia University in Montreal in Canada. We had a collaboration for quite some time there. It's focusing right now on security audit compliance and also new challenges for 5G and beyond. We have RISE in Sweden. We're here today. And this is also a long-standing collaboration. One of the things we're doing is lightweight security. I'm going to come back to that. We have EU Concordia, which is a cybersecurity competence network within the EU, where we also participate. And we have HexaX, which is the EU flagship project for 6G, where we contribute to security aspects. And then in the US, we have the NFS Rings, so the NSF-sponsored program for resilient and intelligent next-G systems. So these are a few examples. So we participate in many more, we contribute. But today, I was asked to focus on Sweden and a little bit more about what we do in Sweden and also what's happening in Sweden and how we can make use of this. And I thought one way of doing this is to share a few examples. So the first example is SNOW. And SNOW is an encryption algorithm. It's a stream cipher that was developed by Lund University. And the outcome of this research project was so good that Ericsson took an interest. Ericsson researched, engaged in bringing SNOW to standardization. So first it became an ISO standard, and then it was taken to 3GPP, which is the standardization body then for mobile networks. And as part of that process, it also went through the crypto experts of ETSI. So there were some testing done and some modifications made, some slight adjustments, and in the end it came out as something that is called SNOW 3G. And SNOW 3G is the stream cipher used for air interface protection in 3G, 4G, and 5G. So it's used for confidentiality and also part of the solution for integrity protection of the air interface, which means from the device to the base station and vice versa. And SNOW 3G is a mandatory part of the 3GPP standard, which means that it's used in all base stations and all devices worldwide for 3G, 4G, and 5G. And this means in the order of 7 billion subscribers worldwide, including us here. So I'd say, if you ever ask yourself about the benefits of cybersecurity research in Sweden, the answer, or one answer, is in your pocket. And because this was a very good work, and because it's also fun to do this, we have continued to work. So we have continued collaboration between Ericsson Research and Lund University. Many exciting topics, but one of them is also a version of SNOW for virtualized environments, which is in progress, and it's currently called SNOW 5G. So that was one example of academic research coming into use. The next one I wanted to talk about is a lightweight security suite. And these are lightweight security protocols for low power and sustainable operations and the Internet of Things. So when you have very small things like sensors or very tiny devices, and you don't have a lot of computing power, and you don't have a lot of battery, so you need to really keep things low power, both for communication, also for security. And this is a joint research work. It started out from a collaboration between Ericsson Research and RISE in Sweden. It now includes a number of research institutes and a number of companies, so also outside of Sweden. This collaboration includes standardization in the IETF, so the Internet Engineering Task Force. And only last year we had a number of RFCs coming out, so a number of finalized standards for these lightweight security solutions. And what we see now is that it's being implemented by industry. So a few examples. We have health and fitness monitoring. You have a small device somewhere on your body helping you for monitoring. And then we see the use of the privacy solutions from this lightweight security suite. We have agriculture, where you have a number of sensors and you want to communicate to them all at once. And there is a solution optimized then for group communication, which makes it more efficient than to just communicate with each one. Hydropower plant and communication with sensors in there. And there we see the use of the access control solutions from the lightweight security. And also locks, remotely locking or unlocking doors, for example. There we also see the use of lightweight security. So these are things being implemented by the industry. And I'm not talking Ericsson only, I'm talking about the ecosystem at large here. The snow that I talked about earlier, that work was initiated around the turn of the millennium, so 20-something years ago. The lightweight security was started, I'd say, roughly a decade later. So I think we still haven't seen the full impact of the lightweight security suite. I think this is something that will come in the coming years, but we see the beginning. And then if we move another 10 years ahead, so 2020 roughly, give or take, we are currently working on cyber threat modeling. And cyber threat modeling describes the chain of techniques that an attacker can use then to target something. And this gives a very structured way of describing how that attack was performed, which is really useful to learn about the attacks, but also to do, for example, threat analysis and decide what kind of security measures you want to take to protect what you have. And there is something called the MITRE ATT&CK, which is a state-of-the-art cyber threat modeling framework, so mainly for attacks in enterprise networks. And because we are very interested in mobile networks are different, a bit different from enterprise networks. The threat landscape is a bit different. So it's difficult to use the MITRE ATT&CK framework as it is on mobile networks, which is why in this EU Concordia initiative that I mentioned earlier, Ericsson Research from Sweden and Telenor together worked on a cyber threat modeling framework for telecommunication networks. So there was a proposal and an implementation of that. And what we do now is, from Ericsson's point of view, to leverage these results to actually contribute to industry initiatives. So we have, for example, the GSM Association working on a threat modeling framework for mobile networks. And then we also have the MITRE FIGHT, which is the 5G hierarchy of threats. And this is quite new, so we haven't seen the full results coming out of this yet, but it's quite exciting work, I think. So if we look a little bit then at technical, this is a very high-level picture, I should say that. But technical aspects then of the mobile networks, so for 5G and beyond, we see that there's still a need for technical research work. I think this need will never go away. So we have, for example, identity management, secure protocols, and underlying that is, of course, crypto in various forms. We also have solutions built on confidential computing, which links very much to the concept of zero trust. And we also start to look at hardware security more, in addition to software security. Security assurance is a highly relevant topic, has come up during the last couple of years, and we also have a demo out here on security assurance. AI was mentioned by Andre earlier, still relevant, and the security of AI and how to make it reliable so that we can actually trust it the way we do. And then privacy, of course, always important. And these are a few. I mean, I'm not going into depth here, but there is a lot of technical research in the cybersecurity space to do, and a lot of it that can come into use in the industry and in the ecosystem. So some final thoughts on this. When I think about research, I think that research and cybersecurity research, it's really good, but research in isolation only takes us so far. And I think this is something that has been mentioned more or less by all the speakers so far. We need collaboration. So research and collaboration, that's what can take us all the way into the future, I think. And from an industry perspective, how do we get a successful research and collaboration activity? And there I think the key thing is to listen to each other. So as someone said, we meet here today, we can talk, we can discuss, and also listen. Listen, 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 and then adapt slightly to all the things that are being said and all the insights that are out there. I think that's the way to make something really useful. But then I also think, I showed examples now of where we have technical results coming into use in the industrial ecosystem, so worldwide. But I think the main benefit from the research is actually the competence build-up. So we have the competence build-up, we build the know-how, we learn from each other, there are recruitments, these people go into industry, larger companies, smaller companies, public sector, academia, and they continue to use all this experience and continue to learn. And this is how we build cybersecurity know-how in the ecosystem at large. And then this will also lead to continued collaboration and shared insights and also international collaboration initiatives, so to even further get this going. So I think that's the real benefit coming out of all this, the competence that can be used to actually address new things, problems, challenges in there. And the final thing I wanted to say is, from my experience, it can take a long time. So when we start a research project, we cannot always expect the result to happen today or tomorrow. Sometimes it takes 2 years, sometimes 10 years, and sometimes almost 20 years before it materializes. So let us dare to think long term, and let us dare to let the cybersecurity research take the time that it needs, and then it will be beneficial for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Okay, that was our 2 keynotes. We will have one more later today when the minister arrives. Now we are moving into the track part, the 2 tracks. Track 1A will be in here, and 1B will be in the B room, the State Empire Building room, as I explained before. We will start them in just about 5 minutes, so as I talked about earlier, please hurry if you want to move into track 1B. And we also ask the speakers, I continue talk when you move, no problem. We ask the speakers to gather, the speakers for this room to gather here at the front row, and the speakers in 1B to gather at the back of that room, where someone will meet you. You have reserved seats, the speakers have reserved seats in the back of room B. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes. Okej, ligger 3 minuter sena, vi jagar i tiden. We are 3 minutes late. We are trying to keep up with time. Just a note about how we present our speakers. We do it just by name and organization to make it easy. And if they need to tell you more about who they are, they will do so. We will start this presentation, this track with a presentation about ARVOS. Emil Wåreus from the Bricht. Welcome and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about ARVOS today. It's a way of tracking vulnerabilities in an executing environment. And this has been a collaboration between 2 companies. The Bricht, the company me and some friends founded about 4 years ago, and Elastisys, a company based in northern parts of Sweden, as well as partly in Lund as well, where we both collaborate and have customers within the security space and help them track and manage their security vulnerabilities. At the Bricht, I work with data science mainly, but also research, and recently expanded my role to become the head of engineering as well. But we've all heard for the recent years about the threats of open source vulnerabilities and how that has exploded in terms of the amount of vulnerabilities, the usage of open source, and as well the criticality of those vulnerabilities. In the cybersecurity space, Log4Shell did not go under the radar for anyone. And we actually started this project a bit before Log4Shell, but realized its importance of correctly and more accurately managing your open source vulnerabilities after that particular event. But for the developers, this has become something that takes a lot of time and can not be always such an accurate process as you would wish. Developers and security experts, you can experience something like alert fatigue, where they are overly alerted of security vulnerabilities, and you end up not using the tools that your company is leveraging to actually manage these things, and you end up not getting things done within this part of the security stack anyways. And we call this the cry wolf paradox of security scanners. This typical large list of vulnerabilities may be a good first step of knowing what you have in your application, but actually managing that risk becomes quite tricky when you don't know what you're actually affected by and how you're affected by a particular security weakness. And the main part that we wanted to tackle with ARVOS is the poor contextualization. So you know that you have a vulnerability in one open source component, but how are you calling that vulnerability? Are you actually calling that vulnerability, and in what type of environments? And I recently contributed this diagram to the Linux Foundation, where there's a way to reason about vulnerabilities in open source. And especially the false positives in open source. So we're looking at, first, are you using a vulnerable component? You can have false positives in that layer. Then are you able to call the vulnerable code of that particular component? So typically static analysis, and you use something like call graphs to actually find that out. And then the third layer is what ARVOS is targeting. Is it being executed in a critical environment? And there are 2 parts to this problem. One is what part of the open source project that have a vulnerability is actually the vulnerable functionality. We want to figure that out as part of ARVOS, and that's where Bricht came in and contributed that with our vulnerability scanners and static analysis expertise. So here we have an example of the Java project called Netty, which has a couple of different vulnerabilities. Some of those vulnerabilities affect their web server, and some other of their vulnerabilities only affect their decompression functionality. And in ARVOS, we actually developed 2 engines. One to find out which functionality is the vulnerable part of the open source. And then Elastisys contributed the functionality to actually track executing code in the critical environments to see if that code is being called. And here's where the AI part comes in, because it can be quite tricky to find out actually which part of an open source is the vulnerable part. So we use static analysis, build syntax trees, and have an AI engine to find what parts of the open source is the vulnerable part. And in the end, this can be used. We have developed a proof of concept with this through GitHub Actions. One of the main things that when we did our user studies together with our industry partners in this research project is that this should not impact performance. The willingness to install runtime agents in your critical environments is very low usually, even with something like sidecar containers in a Kubernetes clusters, etc. So we pivoted the project to, rather than targeting running applications, we were targeting CI systems. Because their performance is less critical, and we can still get many of the benefits that of the things that we have developed. So here you can see an example of where we are running normal tests, the test suite of a Java or a Python application this is, and we're hooking into the Linux kernel and understanding what software is executing. And can see if any of your tests or however you'd like to run your application in a CI environment actually trickles down to vulnerable functionality in the open source code that you use. So then you know that you are completely sure that this is the call trace to vulnerable functionality in this open source function. And if there's no call path to the vulnerable open source, then those should probably be prioritized less. I'll be outside here and be able to show you a demo. The tracking part of this is completely open source under an Apache license. I encourage you to find us at ARVOS Dev on GitHub, where you can find our database of vulnerabilities and our tracking system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker Jesper Rhönnstad from Clavister. Please.
Thank you so much. Nice to see so many people here. It's a great interest in cyber optics now these days, so it's fun to see. Even my old grandmother, who is above 90, she knows that this is important as well. So it's nice to see everybody. Okay, where are we? We have a long title on this project. It's AI-based cybersecurity for CAN and IP communication in existing vehicle environment. So the name of the game is to secure vehicles in that sense. So that's what we have tried to do, or at least to detect cyber attacks in vehicles. And there is a huge challenge in the way we develop vehicles today, that we are doing them more vulnerable, and we are creating essentially more attack vectors as well in vehicles when we do them more technological and more digitalized. So what we see is on the baseline you have a CAN bus network in almost every vehicle today, and then on top of that you have an IP network as well. So you have the communication systems, you have video cameras, you have Now these days you have video cameras outside, you have inside, you have the entertainment system, you have navigation, all of these things that open up vulnerabilities. And also on the canvas you have engine control, you have brakes, you have lights, you have all these systems that are connected to one network. And that makes it a challenge. And in the market that we see today, there will be, at 2023, there will be around 775 million cars connected, which opens up a huge market for this, and there is also a huge need to be able to protect these vehicles, because in essence it can really hurt our society. And ENISA has come up with a report that is Connected Automated Mobility, which it's a report that shows that it's important to be able to use this all advances in the technology to minimize pollution, to have more connected vehicles so we are more efficient, we minimize traffic jams, we can do a lot of good with this technology. But there is also these hazards. So we need to combat all of these threats. And in this project, we have been me from Clavister, we have Brun Innovation, and we have BAE Systems as well, as a kind of like a vehicle provider for us for these tests. And the purpose of the project has been to show that we can detect cyber attacks in vehicle communication. So in essence, we use an AI technology, which I can go back. From the beginning, we were actually 4 participants, but Clavister actually acquired Omen Technologies, which it was a startup from Chalmers University, and they research a machine learning software there that we have worked on with this project as well. So that's what we've done. It's kind of like became a little bit of a love story in this project, so that was nice. And the achieved project milestones were in number 1 and 2. We actually did a recording. We had a recording of a data which we learned our AI model, kind of like the baseline of how this vehicle is working. And then in step 2, we ingested cyber attacks and proved that we could detect them. Then in step 3, we also validated a proof of concept in a real vehicle out in the field. So we could also prove that we could detect these new cyber attacks that were deployed then. And now we also are trying to, as a further step, trying to reduce compute resources. So the thing with this AI is that it's super resource efficient. It can be installed on-prem on the vehicle, so it doesn't require a lot of hardware to run. So we're working on that now, and the thing is you don't need to be connected to a cloud, which makes it even more secure and less vulnerable as well. So that's good. And I can show you a demo here about a little bit about the interface, how it works. Can we press the how do I press to start the video? Maybe it doesn't. It's kind of like a video in the presentation. Can we start it just to show a little bit about the demo? Okay, maybe. Oh yeah. So then you can see there's an attack, and then you can see from the baseline you can see a spike coming up. So yeah. And now it goes back to normal, so you can see how we can detect these cyber attacks. And we will also be able to show you a demo from a video game where we have essentially added canvas signals, and then on top of that we have installed our AI engine that runs. So you can show you a simulation of this. And also we have used on events, we have used like a steering wheel and a simulation where you can run it yourself, and then we ingest the cyber attack, and then you run off the road because it says steer to the left or full gas, and you can't do anything about it. And then we deploy our AI on top of that, and then you will just feel like a little bit of a nimble in the steering wheel maybe. That's the difference when we put this protection on. So it's quite cool. And we've seen some spin-offs from this as well, and we see new areas where we can deploy this AI technology all the time. So one spin-off is to integrate it with our firewalls, Clavister's firewalls, to have it as a feature there in our product line. And also we won a tech day competition at FMV Rymd, where we could, from the raw frequency signals from the satellites, we could actually prove that you are being jammed, and exactly where you are being jammed, in what wave band and what frequency you are being jammed. So that's quite interesting. We have a research report from that. If you want to see it, go ask us. And we're also in a project now where we are discussing eavesdropping on fiber optics. So when you bend the fiber, the photons will continue in a certain direction. So if you have a photon detector there, you can listen into the signal and tap it. So we have we are working on a system now to be able to detect when it's being bent to listen in on the signal. And we run our AI model there to be able to do that. And also we have a project with power grids. The context person has been Jenny Roos, Stefan Brodin, I'm here instead of Stefan, and Måns from BAE Systems. And please visit our booth for a demo and go talk to us there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesper. And now we will move on to the next presentation. I invite Morgan Ekmefjord from
Scale-out Systems.
From Scale-out Systems. Welcome.
Thank you. So thank you very much for organizing this event and for the opportunity to present here today. Thanks also to Vinnova for giving us the opportunity to run this project within Scale-out. So my name is Morgan Ekmefjord, and I'm here today from Scale-out Systems. I'm one of the co-founders. We started a couple of years back. We are a company working a lot with solving decentralized data problems. And these data problems usually takes two different forms. They are cross-device use cases that we've heard a little about before, and also cross-silo use cases, which organizations usually have. So some of the problems that we solve is related to so federated machine learning can help you to alleviate the problems that you have with traditional machine learning. You cannot train on models and data that are disparate in disparate locations. Most of the traditional machine learning methods allow you to run your methods and your machine learning algorithms on pooled data sources, where for bigger use cases where you have petabytes of data, it's not feasible if you have the machine learning, the data spread out on several nodes. One of the issues with perhaps pooling data could be that you have limited connectivity, you have streaming data that it's not just feasible to gather and collect all that data and send it. It could also be from legal perspective. So in the cross silo cases, for example, organizations could have different subsidiaries in different countries and regions, which are or are not applicable to GDPR regulations, and moving data across borders could be a potential problem. In such settings, federated machine learning is a very good approach to solving these problems, training your models out on the different nodes. That is what our company is working on and solving these data problems with. And the project purpose that we're talking about today is how we can help alleviate the problems of identity and trust in decentralized infrastructure and infrastructure settings, where you don't have control of the whole systems from a single point. The goals of this project was typically two main parts. How can TEEs, trusted execution environments, help to safeguard the identity of clients? For those of you who haven't heard about trusted execution environments before, there are a number of different approaches to this, but the approach that we are talking about mainly today is about hardware-enabled trusted execution environments. So it could be that the hardware, like Intel SEX, is one hardware approach to solving this. There's AMD SEV, there's ARM's Trust Zone that can help provide some means of security from a hardware level perspective. So what we have looked at is to identify how to safeguard identity with clients in these TE methodologies. We have also looked at how can we safeguard model veracity, meaning the accuracy and trust of a model that's been developed cross-device, across a silo in such a decentralized setting. Those who have been participating, this project has been pitched by Scale-Out, so we are the main driver of this project. Vinnova funded us, and we have an industry reference group with representatives from CETA for aircraft management, fleet management. We have Henrik from Billerud and Andreas from Ericsson. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the results so far in this project. We have been running this for about a year now. So we have developed pilot implementations of some of the use cases, or all of the use cases, but some of them have been developed more than the others. So one of the interesting use cases, the first I will start with, is about model serving. So everyone knows it's important if you have a model, and if you have especially also maybe a sensitive model, which has been trained on GDPR data, for example. Trusted execution environments allow you to take the model from a trusted environment, send it encrypted through unsecure environments, unsecure operating system environments even, into an enclave. And in the enclave, it can run inference towards the operating system or the local system. So you can have, for example, the upside of having local inference, meaning you can have a high frequency of inference requests to the model, but the model is still kept safe in the enclave. Another use case which we have also looked at is because our, I can say, open source framework, by the way, FEDDAN, is also able to train and validate models across devices, across silos. So we don't only do inference, we also enable you to train models, and as models progress, they are also secured by the network. In this case, we use trusted execution environments for running training and the validation steps within the enclave software. And the third step for securing a federation is to also deploy the reducer and combiner steps, meaning the secure aggregation, or the aggregation of the models that has been trained on different nodes needs to be combined in some step, and that step is called the combiner step, and that can also be run in a secure environment. In this case, we have specifically looked at AMD SEV, where there usually needs to be a trusted third party, or you use a public or a private cloud vendor, but you still want to enable apply some security means to ensure the security and safekeeping of a model that can be sensitive. And the fourth and also interesting use case we have developed a solution for is the attestation use case. So if you know more about trusted execution environments, many of them are built in a way that when the hardware is lithography or built, it's etched in a specific certificate or identifier into each individual chip on manufacturing time. And this identification can be used together with something called attestation service to be able to run for an individual node to identify itself towards the network and identify itself, and all the instructions that runs on the individual node can be secured and certified to have executed in the correct way and signed by the hardware and approved by the attestation service, which is an interesting property. So the next steps for this project is that we are going to finalize evaluation of our developed solution, pilot solution, and we are going to make kind of the final iteration of the source code and release to public, and start our next phase of dissemination of results. We're also looking at properties such as performance, of course, on the final evaluation of these technologies for our applied use cases. So, the side collaborations, of course, we have a few interesting industry applications today, but we are very much interested in expanding those use cases. So please, if you have more interesting use cases, please talk to us. Also, hardware vendors, IoT and cloud collaborations is very interesting to try our solution on more diverse hardware. So with that, I would say thank you. My name is Morgan Ekmenfjord. I've been project manager for this project, and together with, and on behalf of the team from Scale Out, I would like to thank you guys for this opportunity. And if you want to know more about this, you can reach out to me, Salman, or Andreas, who have been leads in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, Christian Rohner from Uppsala University. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to Vinnova for sponsoring this project. And the IoT is an attractive target for attacks because it has a big attack surface, and it is an attack can have high impact. The attack surface is big because we have limited resources, everything is connected, it's easy to access. And the impact is big because these devices are embedded into environments directly interacting with processes or the processes or kind of environments. And therefore it's important to protect systems from attacks, but also to detect attacks. And attacking attack is an important strategy to make this system safe. And we are looking in particular into data-driven intrusion detection systems. So based where we have training data that we use to train a classifier then that can distinguish benign and attack data. And in this project, we look in particular in two challenges with this approach. One is the data availability challenge. In order to train these systems, you need data, or it's very seldom that you have data available that you simply can use and then put into an environment. Often the data that is available is more normal traffic because the attacks that you have seen are probably very rare compared to all the possible attacks that can be put in. Also, the low base rate, that means the low number of attacks compared to the normal data, leads intrinsically to a high false positive rate that we have to champion for. And there's also a challenge here that if we train a system in one environment, that we cannot by default just take it in another environment where the topology and everything is very different. So those are a few of the challenges that, or the first challenge. And the second challenge is the data privacy or the privacy challenge. That if you have different actors that collect data in their environment, you often don't want to share this data with other actors. partly because there's a stigma of releasing data about attacks that you have gone through, but also that the normal data includes so much information about the services and your topology that you don't really want to share that. So an established approach here is not to share the training data, but to share the model that you have trained with others. And therefore have a more privacy-preserving way to help each other and learn from each other's knowledge. There are approaches from federated learning and transfer learning that you can apply here. We are again facing a bit the challenge that we train in different environments, and it's not easy to just combine the data as traditionally done. And we are looking particularly at the moment into which features we have to use that are more robust for such transitions. I go now into 2 examples of a selection of results which show a bit the approaches that we take. In general, we want to generate a data set that can be used for training. And for that, we implement attacks, as previous projects also have presented. And in particular, and an interesting approach that we take here is that we also make attack variations. That means that the system doesn't just recognize the attacks that we have implemented, but we try to build a little bit a variation to that even unseen attacks from before can then be detected. Also, attackers might have or develop strategies to evade the defense mechanisms and the attack and the detection mechanisms. And in this example here, we implemented a black hole attack that is on the network layer, where you try to announce network metrics that are very beneficial to attract others' traffic that you then can drop. And instead of just doing it once, you can do it kind of in an on-off way, or you can increase the intensity of your attack steadily. We have looked for that for 1 and for 2 attackers in different network topologies, and we see that in general, if we train a system on an attack, that the precision is quite good. That means that we have only few false positives. If you detect, it's really an attack. But the recall and therefore also the accuracy really struggle if we do these attack variations. And therefore we think it's important to include them as well in the training data. And the second approach that we take is based on generative adversarial networks, where you have a pair of a generator and a discriminator. And the role of the generator, or the idea there, is that you try to generate data that the discriminator is not able to distinguish from real data. And the classical example here are the handwritten digits from 0 to 9. And we said then one of the digits, the number 3, is our attacks, where we reduced the base rate and only used 2% of them, of those attacks in the data, and wanted to see how can we generate attacks that mimic or the variations of attacks, and then look then, can these generated samples be distinguished or not from a normal classifier that is trained on limited data. And we see here in this confusion matrix that indeed if we generate these 3s, that they are more considered as an 8 than anything else, because this classifier hasn't been trained on enough of this attack data. These are 2 of the examples. We are at the moment also working into looking into observability, when you cannot observe all features or the whole network, and have limited data available for the detection of attacks. We are looking for collaboration or for contacts with you that might have data or work on similar problems if you use AI in intrusion detection. And I would also like to announce that we have an open position for young researchers as assistant professor with a deadline in March. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Subrakanti Day from Uppsala University. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, just about good afternoon, everyone. So this project is on secure machine learning in the cloud. And so I'm here on behalf of my colleagues, Roland Hostetler, who is the main investigator in the project, and Anders Oljen. We are at the Division of Signals and Systems in Uppsala University. So when do we need machine learning in the cloud? Well, obviously, there are many customers, say a hospital, which has a lot of data on patients, and they want to learn a model on a particular disease or how it progresses. However, they don't want to share the data directly. Or there could be more than one hospitals treating similar patients. They don't want to share the data with each other for privacy reasons. So how can we learn from this data? Because the hospitals don't have the computing power to implement a machine learning algorithm. So they want to use the cloud services, who are third parties and therefore not trusted. So one of the possible solutions is to use some kind of encryption. And whenever you use encryption, generally you need to be able to decrypt the data to be able to run the machine learning algorithms. And there comes homomorphic encryption, which has got various types of, various levels of encryption in it, that can allow you to essentially operate on the data or process the data, run algorithms or some kind of functions on the data while it is encrypted. So you don't need to decrypt it. You simply work on the encrypted data without knowing what's inside the data. So, so this is where machine learning in the cloud is obviously a service that many customers would like to avail of, and because it's convenient for them. But in order for them to trust this untrusted third party, they want to encrypt the data, and one of the possible solutions is this homomorphic encryption. So obviously, you can have issues with privacy. You can also have issues with data breaches and leaks and industrial or governmental espionage, etc. And there could be local legislation that prevent you from sharing the data, like GDPR, for example. So we have three main goals in the project. The first one is implementation of homomorphic encryption. So there's a picture on the right-hand side that shows that the top one is not homomorphic encryption. So where you want to work on the data, you have to decrypt the data and run your machine learning algorithm. That one in the bottom shows that you don't need to decrypt the data. You can actually run your algorithm on the encrypted data because of the homomorphic property of this encryption. The second objective is maintaining privacy of this data, and one of the very well-known and well-used notions of privacy, which originated from the database literature, is the differential privacy, where you can protect individual data in a data set. So if you change one element of this data set, and you have two data sets, one with the changed data and the other one the original one, and you make a query into this data set for, say, an average salary or something like that, then the output that you'll get from it, probabilistically, the probability of coming from either of these two data sets is very, very close. So therefore, you cannot tell that whether it came from the altered data set or it came from the original data set. So that's the notion of differential privacy, and essentially it's achieved by adding noise to the data. And the third goal is, of course, the very important goal of demonstration and implementation on a platform. And here we are working together with our partners in Intel and Sweden. So let's look at what homomorphic encryption does. So if you have a function that can essentially operate on some operation of x and y, which is the same as operating on the functions of f of x and f of y and then combining them. So in homomorphic encryption, that's what's happening. So basically, you can encrypt x and encrypt y and do an operation, okay, say addition. That would be the same as adding x and y and then encrypting it. So essentially, if you do encrypt x and encrypt y and add them, so the person who is doing the addition doesn't know what the data x and y are. They only see the encrypted version. When you add them, you get encrypted version of x plus y, and then you decrypt it. The person who has the private key to decrypt can get x plus y back from it. Okay? So the encrypt, you can use public keys, but to decrypt, you have to have access to the private key. So obviously, this sounds very, very exciting that you could do that, but what is the catch, right? So what would be the difficulty in doing this? So there are, the holy grail, if you like, is this so-called fully homomorphic encryption, which supports addition and multiplication, and computationally it's very complex. And generally, it's limited to integers, so any operations you do on numbers, if they're integers, it's easier. If they're real numbers or floating point numbers, then you will have some sort of approximation going on. Okay? And it's also how many consecutive operations you can do, say how many multiplications you can do on, in a consecutive way. That's also limited, and I'll explain that in a moment. And then there is this thing called partially homomorphic encryption, and there is another a name you'll sometimes find is somewhat homomorphic encryption. And here they support limited types of operations, so either addition or multiplication, not both, and computationally less complex, so they're easier to implement. But the problem is that you have to combine different schemes on some operations need to be done in plain text. So your security may be compromised in some cases. Okay, so the fully homomorphic encryption scheme that is the well-known scheme is the CKKS scheme. It was based on the names of the authors who published this paper. So it supports addition and multiplication, uses approximate arithmetic. It's leveled. What that means is that every time you do this encryption, you're adding some noise in some way to the number. Okay, so the more multiplications you do, the noise gets multiplied even more. Generally, it's known that addition doesn't increase the noise as much as multiplication does. So the number of multiplications, consecutive multiplications, is generally limited. So that's what we mean by levels. So how many multiplications you can do, that's usually limited. Okay? And complex functions can be implemented using polynomial approximations. An approximation must not exhaust the number of levels. Okay, so in order to prevent this noise from building up, because if the noise level goes up so high after consecutive multiplications or additions, then when you decrypt it, what you get back, it doesn't make sense, right? So you don't get back the original data. So some of the things that we have been trying to do within our computational limitations is these k nearest neighbors. It's a simplistic approach for classification, prediction, based on finding k closest points to a test input. Okay, so basically you find a cluster and you form these clusters, and eventually you get the test data, you compare it with these clusters and find which cluster it is closest to, and you say, it belongs to this cluster. So the computational primitives that you need, calculating the distance between data points, so Euclidean distance, comparing distances and sorting, a weighted average or majority vote, and things like that. So these are the operations you should be able to do. what we found is that individual multiplications may be computationally complex depending on the security parameters, but it's not a problem. We can handle it. Approximation of functions using polynomials consumes many levels due to the multiplications, and that's when the noise level can get very high when you try to decrypt the data. And good approximations often require high polynomial orders, therefore they consume many, many levels. And here comes a concept that was proposed by so-called bootstrapping, which was, it refreshes the ciphertext from time to time. Okay, so we have so far enhanced our understanding. We have done some design studies, and implementation of proof of concept is ongoing. And our partners are, it is a Vinnova funded project with Swedom and Intel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was 5 speeches during this track. Now we have lunch. For lunch we will have wraps. You can have 2 wraps each, or maybe more. There are chicken, shrimps, and vegetarian. If you have asked for any special food, look out for it. It should be available maybe on a separate table. We will start track number 2 at 13:20. And we ask the speakers for track 2A and 2B to be in place in the rooms a few minutes before in order to prepare for their speech. So, I hope you have a good lunch and keep talking to all you know and all you don't know. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I hope the lunch was good. Now we have track 2A, and I'd like to introduce Alexandra Protieri from KTH. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this working, I guess? Next back, okay. So hi everyone, thank you for having me today. I will present class, Cybersecurity for Learning and Control System. This is a SSF-supported project at KTH. All right, so 15 years ago, machine learning algorithms were used essentially to learn a computer to play chess or Go, or to maybe recommend movies on Netflix. Today, machine learning algorithms are more and more integrated into the critical infrastructure of our societies. And maybe tomorrow, machine learning algorithm will pick the next Swedish government. So you understand that it's very important for us to assess whether these algorithms are vulnerable, if they are robust, and if we can ensure some kind of security around them. And this is precisely the objective behind the project. The project is about assessing the vulnerability of ML-based system. It's designing algorithms to detect attacks and to devise secure ML algorithm. And we are playing with a testbed, which is a smart building. It's called the KTH Living Lab, and we try to illustrate our result and concept through the testbed. So the team is exclusively at KTH, and it has an expertise spanning various areas, including machine learning, of course, control, security for controlled system, communication systems, and of course, smart buildings. So what do we mean when we say that machine learning algorithms could be under attack? So to understand that, you have to look at the machine learning pipeline in general. So at training time, the machine learning algorithm is essentially processing some data to output a model. And here, of course, you could slightly perturb the data so that in an adversarial manner, so that the model that is trained would be would exhibit as poor performance as possible. Of course, you could also attack machine learning pipeline at test time, so when we are using the model, by essentially slightly modifying the input of the model in an adversarial way. And this would result in a very poor performance of your model. Okay, in class, we are interested in more complex systems that integrate machine learning algorithm. So this is the typical picture we have in control theory. At the top you have the physical plant, which is the dynamical systems you wish to control. At the bottom, you have the feedback controller, so the intelligence that essentially sending signal to the system to control its behavior. In the middle, you may have communication networks, and at the very bottom, you have anomaly detector to see if the system is behaving correctly. And all the letters L here refer to places where machine learning algorithms could be used. It could be used to interpret sensor measurements. It could be used to make smart decisions, or it could be used to detect whether there is an anomaly in the system dynamics. Actually, most of these learning components that are integrated in the dynamical systems often comes with external data sets. So essentially you train your learning component using data sets. And this is more opportunities to attack the system. So you can attack the system by modifying the data set on which the learning algorithms are trained, or you could directly, at test time, attack the behavior of the system by manipulating the sensor outputs, for example, or manipulating the actuator inputs. Okay, So class result in machine learning-based control systems is essentially trying to understand what are the optimal attacks, how can we attack these kind of systems, how can we detect these attacks optimally. It's about analyzing the risk of attacks and also essentially illustrating this notion and a result in KTH Living Lab. Okay, a few results so far. As I said, we have been able to quantify the threat and the potential impact they could have on machine learning-based systems. So we have designed actually optimal attacks, or worse from the system perspective attacks, and we have quantified their impact on reinforcement learning policies at test time, data-driven control policy, or actually an entire array of machine learning-based systems. We have also worked, of course, on securing these algorithm. First, considering supervised learning algorithm, but then looking at how to secure ML-aided control systems. We have also a preliminary result on how to essentially allocate resource to essentially detect or balance the resource we want to use to actually detect attacks. And on the KTH Living Lab, as I said, we have essentially illustrated all these results. The project is successful in terms of number of publications, as you can see. I'll give just briefly 2 examples of results. So this is the optimal attack and detection algorithm for when we attack reinforcement learning policies. So we have to consider the design of optimal attacks and optimal detection jointly, because of course you could have a very brutal attack of the system by completely perturbing the input to the system, but this would be detected immediately, so the interest of such attacks would be kind of minor. So you have to essentially trade the detectability of your attack to its impact. And this is why we managed to, this is what we managed to do. Essentially, we first design optimal detection algorithm, and we actually have a nice formula for the probability that the optimal detector is able to detect an attack. This probability is scaling exponentially with the function I. I is explicit and depends on the attack. And from the attacker perspective, we want that this high function, the information you give to the detector, is as small as possible, or as big as possible, sorry. So from the attack perspective, what you want is really to maximize your impact subject to detectability threshold. You want that the probability that the attack is detected to remain small. And this curve is illustrating this trade-off between the impact of the attack and its detectability. Okay. Maybe the second example is to illustrate the impact we can have on very simple control loops. And these control loops here is controlling the temperature in rooms in the smart living lab, in KTH Living Lab. And we can essentially, by perturbing very small amount of data, we can essentially make the temperature oscillate as we wish. Just to illustrate the potential impact of our attacks. Okay, I will finish by a slide on desired collaboration. I said that last time I came here. We have a very versatile tool to assess whether your learning algorithms are robust to attacks. And so if you come to us with your learning algorithm, we could actually test it and certify it if it's robust or not, or most likely it won't be robust. So I invite any of you to have to come to us and try to we'll try to challenge your algorithm. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to remind you that we will also publish the speakers' presentations on our website later on. Once again, Andrei Sabelfeld from Chalmers, welcome.
Thank you very much. This is about a project called WebSec on web-driven systems and security for them, which we have with SSF. It's a project that Chalmers has together with Uppsala. Here's the PIs. In addition to me, it's Professor David Sands and Professor Alejandro Russo. Alejandro is here. He has another project, so you'll hear presented later on. And from Uppsala, we have Professor Philip Römer, whose group is also part of the project. So web security is in the news a lot. And just to give one example of a significant breach is the Equifax data breach in 2017, which resulted in leaking credentials of hundreds of millions of users in the US. So this is kind of quite one of the major leaks in recent history. Just one of the many that we've seen recently. And in fact, if you track back the problem with this breach, that was very much vulnerability in an open source framework. So this was a typical web vulnerability. If you look around at companies like Google, we see that they have bounty programs and they pay millions of dollars to researchers that find vulnerabilities. And when they report on the vulnerabilities, turns out that cross-site scripting vulnerabilities are essentially the lion's share for those that they pay bounties for. So it's a hard problem and still kind of exploited a lot in the wild and found in applications to a large degree. Okay, so how do we deal with these problems? So one of the things to note with the web is that so JavaScript is really at the heart of the web and also source of many security problems. Essentially, what typical thing that you would have in a web application is that it's dynamic, and a lot of dynamicism comes from the JavaScript running in the browser as you process the web application. Increasingly, on the server side, also we have JavaScript running and doing the logic of the application on server side. And on top of that, users like to install browser extensions like AdBlock or password managers that also use JavaScript. Okay, so very powerful execution possibilities, but also enabling attackers if you take over this kind of JavaScript. If you want to have a fun experiment, check out your favorite news portal where you go to, Dagens Nyheter or CNN, and just look for how many scripts are loaded from external sources. And you'll find out it's most of them, and it would be like from hundreds of different domains. So essentially, most of the code you load in the browser comes from third parties. So clearly, that's a security concern. So you see here an example of popular usage of this third-party code. It's a kind of data analytics console. You can track users, what they do. Well, unfortunately, misconfiguring that or using it maliciously can lead to the analytics also collecting secrets like passwords and sending it further. So that's a concern. And at the moment, there is no enforcement against this kind of attacks. So yeah, there are many different ways in which JavaScript can be malicious. So yeah, can have confidentiality, integrity attacks, defacing websites, phishing. So long range of applications. So that's something that we need to deal with. Securing JavaScript is essential, and that's where our project comes into play. So these are the goals of the project. Comprehensive solution for cross-site scripting, both detecting and preventing cross-site scripting. Taking up the challenge of JavaScript, having isolation platforms, monitoring for JavaScript applications. Looking at end-to-end security, so that all this ecosystem with JavaScript or other things can be secured. And building demonstrators with industry to demonstrate practical use cases with that. So just to mention a few research highlights, and then expanding on one of the particular highlights from the past year. So we've done really great on research excellence, and it's quite amazing that within a single project we've published papers in all Big 4 security conferences, which are extremely competitive. So that's really fantastically done by the team of the project. and covering other areas like web verification programming languages. So we had a lot of interesting results there. On top of that, so many of the papers, they come with tools, which is kind of nice artifacts to start research and further experiments and exploring utilization used on those, based on those tools. So so I'm listing a few of the examples. For example, Black Widow is a new generation of crawling so that you can crawl much deeper in websites. JS Flow is about tracking information flow in JavaScript. Sandtrap is about isolating JavaScript that is not trusted. So a lot of kind of interesting tools that came out. What I would like to talk about in particular, since this is the most recent result, is JavaScript that runs in extensions, right? So this is the malicious extensions. It can be malicious, and the data spy attack from quite recent months show that actually you can plant malicious code in extensions in a way that is not noticed by vendors. So there is a auditing process. If you develop an extension, it gets published in a store, but essentially it turns out that it's not that difficult to bypass the vetting and plant malicious extensions. This is what this data spy extension attack was about, discovering all these leaks that were implemented in those malicious extensions. So some of our project work was about analyzing extensions, but we also noticed that some of the meta information was very interesting kind of to use to identify the maliciousness. So what you see a lot is that malicious developers, they buy reviews. So an extension would have a lot of positive reviews and rankings to boost the ranking so that more people install it. But to do a review, you actually need to be a user, you need to be logged in. It's quite a laborious process to do that. So what we found out, actually there's a much simpler signal that we can use for detecting malicious extensions, and that's number of downloads. Okay, so when you install an extension in Google Chrome Store, it tells you how many downloads it has had so far, so that you know how popular it is. And to download an extension, you don't need to log in. Okay, and that means that this is something that people can manipulate and organize a lot of downloads or buy downloads from various darknet places, and by that promote your extension in a much simpler way. Okay, so since we just saw a presentation about AI, I guess it's kind of hard to find a project that doesn't do AI. So I thought I also mention use of AI in this project. We'll see if there's anybody who's not using AI in the rest of the afternoon. So yeah, that's what we do here. So essentially, we'll look at number of downloads for an extension. We monitor it for half a year every day. And then we see very interesting patterns. Essentially, by clustering these patterns, we realize that some of them behave in extremely similar way. So you see here on this slide, there are two clusters with very strange patterns of downloads. So it doesn't look normal. And indeed, as we start analyzing them, we realize that they all contain malicious extensions. Okay, so it's a signal that gives away, that how these downloads were kind of acquired, and that by itself can drive our further analysis, where we can determine the maliciousness of extensions. So this signal alone allowed us to uncover 326 malicious extensions. So that's great, without any analysis of the code. But combining it with analysis of the code, we can go further and use, for example, code similarity analysis to discover similar extensions that are also malicious. And that's what we also discovered in the officially published web store. Most of these extensions have now been removed, so after we reported it to Google. So yeah, this is what benign extension download patterns look like. You see it's quite different. We've done quite well on utilization, and there's some patterns that come as a result of the project. As I mentioned, we've done well with tools. We reported a lot of vulnerabilities to vendors, to some serious software vendors like WordPress and AskCommerce as part of the project. And that's been appreciated and acknowledged in many, many cases. So we've been collaborating with Chalmers Innovation System to explore this further. And we also produce an educational tool for anybody who wants to learn about information flow, to do it in the form of educational challenges. So if you want to learn more about the project, here's the webpage. Thanks very much.
Here are some extra slides that we will go through. You will find them in the presentation that will be published later. So now, Jakob Nyberg from KTH, welcome.
Thank you. Let me just set the timer here. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jakob Nyberg. I'm from KTH. This is not the intro slide that I was going to show. Here it is. And I'm here to present my thesis project, essentially, that I have quite recently started. I'm in my second year of my PhD. Pontus Jonsson is my main supervisor, and Professor Rolf Stadler is my co-supervisor. And we are also collaborating with FOE, mainly with Theodor Sommerstad. We'll get into exactly what that is. But the title of the project is Sentience, and it has the subtitle Simulation-Based Reinforcement Learning Security Operations Center. And that is sort of the one-word summary of the project. So here's some more commercialization of me, former civil engineer student at Uppsala University, but I started with the project in 2021. It is funded by the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency, MSB, and it's also part of the CDIS initiative at KTH, which collects several projects that are related to cybersecurity and also the various Swedish defense agencies, mine being MSB. So the goal of the project is to develop the semi-autonomous security operations center in the long term. And what we mean by that is that we want to use autonomous agents to filter and analyze threat situations in our systems, our computer networks. And these should then produce policies that you can use to plan ahead or suggest suitable actions for the network operators that they can execute. But it's important to note that we're saying this is a semi-autonomous system, with emphasis on the semi. That we're not at a stage with AI and machine learning where we can just put all the keys to the car in the hands of the AI, that we want this to be something that can be a tool in the decision process, in the human decision process. And that this should be a resource and not a replacement to humans. So the current approach of this security operations center is that we are focusing on intrusion response for now. And we want to develop autonomous agents that can learn from data. Namely, we're using reinforcement learning from this. The problem with reinforcement learning is that it requires a lot of data, and with cybersecurity, it's quite difficult to get this data. So what we're doing is that we want to train these policies, these agents in simulation, and then evaluate them in real systems. So to formulate the simulation, then we formulate this as a defense exercise or cyber attack, depending on how we view it. We model it as a Markov decision process or a Markov game. So we build this on a modeling language that's called the meta attack language, where you can build these attack graphs that model parts of the cyber attack sequence. So each node in this graph would be one step of the full attack. And if you're wondering what all these arrows and nodes mean, we can go through it at the poster outside later. But the idea here is that you have an attacker agent that is traversing or executing actions from this attack graph, and then you have a defender agent that can then enable certain defensive measures in order to stop the attacker from performing whatever it is trying to do. Now, that is in the simulation, and that is kind of where we're at right now with the project. But of course, we want to do this in a real system. And in order to do that, we're taking help from or collaborating with colleagues from FOI to evaluate the system in their CyberRange crate. And they also have a tool to automate the attacker pros or the attacker agent that they call lore. So we are able to automatically generate attack scenarios. And what we would want to do then is take our agents that we've trained in simulation and then be able to apply them in a real cyber exercise or cyber attack scenario that FOI can provide to us. But some preliminary results that I can show right now is one thing that we are interested in is since we have this attack graph that we need to somehow map to a real system, we are interested in knowing what happens if that process is not particularly good. What if you have a machine learning model that is supposed to do this, but it will produce a certain amount of errors. So we ran a whole bunch of experiments where you essentially have different levels of error in your observation space. So and then you can see the performance of the policies as that in that situation. And this was one of the baselines that we had, where all you're doing is as soon as you get your signal that an attack has happened, you immediately enable your defensive measure. And that works fairly well in terms of keeping the attacker out, unless you stop receiving your signals, because then you have your attack or your defense will never trigger, and therefore the attacker agent will just slip past, which is why there's a big spike when the false negative rate gets too high. But in comparison, the one policy we taught with reinforcement learning takes a more conservative approach. It shuts down earlier, and therefore it's more resistant to when there's a high false negative rate, i.e. that you are losing alerts. So that's some promising early results, but we are hoping now to be able to evaluate this in a real system. So if you have more questions, you can talk to me at my poster outside in the exhibition hall, and that's everything from me.
Thank you. Let's move on, and now it's time to listen to a presentation of two different projects. Elena Dubrovela from KTH, welcome.
Thank you. I will be presenting two projects, one after another, because they all have a common background, side channel analysis. I will start with giving a common background for both of them, and then so that the second will seem like a bit shorter because the background is in front. So the first project I'll be talking about is side channel vulnerability and threat analysis with machine learning in focus. And starting with the background, I would like to explain what is a side channel attack. Some of you have been here last year and maybe heard my presentation, but still in brief, conventional mathematical cryptanalysis, when, for example, encryption system is attacked, the way it's done, you consider some mathematical relationship between the plain text and the ciphertext and apply some rules, try existing attacks, and so on. So you basically use math to prove that something is secure or not. On the other hand, any mathematical algorithm is implemented in a physical device, a system. It can be hardware, it can be software, but at the end it ends up in a physical device. And this device leaks signal. It's power, it consumes. emission, electromagnetic emission, timing, we have physical things happening. And if these things are measurable, you can measure them and use them in your advantage and get some information which maybe allows you to weaken cryptographic protection or even break it. This is called side channel attack. Motivation for considering this type of attack. Side channel attacks belongs to the class of physical attacks because you do something on a physical system. The motivation for considering them is that in the near future we expect to have all the devices around us, smartphones, cars, smart things on the diapers which will send information to parents, change me. You know, there are actually scenarios like this. And these devices will be in a close physical proximity to potential adversaries who can be their users. User may be interesting to do something to his or her card, maybe to get some insurance or something. And probably you have all seen, I don't have to stop on it for a long time, things about Jeep being stopped, the brakes were affected on a distance. Maybe you have seen these headlines, or you have seen medical records being stolen, or health trackers being abused in some way. This is because a user can be a potential adversary for this type of attacks. So this is why we're considering this, because there are a lot of smart devices around us which use crypto inside. So the structure of MSB project, it's a 5-year project which started in the middle of March. It's 2 partners, KTH, I'm a computer scientist by PhD, and Thomas Johansson from Lund, who is a cryptographer. So it's a very nice merge of 2 types of expertise in this project. Both have 1 PhD student. The goal of this project is advance the state-of-the-art in side channel analysis using the toolbox of machine learning, because something like 5 years ago, people realized that we can use machine learning to make side channel attacks more efficient. And it's actually not just making them more efficient, and in fact enable something which was not possible. For example, the equipment you have seen on the previous slide, I can even return to show you. This equipment is the equipment we use to extract secret key from a commercial USIM card. The green thing is a card reader, which were manufactured, and the card you see stuck inside, and the other box on the side, it's chip whisperer, it's called. It's playing role of oscilloscope. It captures traces, synchronizes them, and saves them for us. So you need 4 power measurement to extract a secret key from a commercial USIM card. These are the cards sitting in your mobile phones. 4 power measurement the attacker needs to get the secret key. And then they can do everything. They can read your communication and everything. This is scary. And to put things in the perspective, previous methods needed 4,000 power measurements to extract the key from the same card. 3 zeros less, 3 orders of magnitude less. This is one thing, more efficient. And the second, some impossible things became possible. Let me give you one example. True random number generator, hardware true random number generator, sitting inside of many systems using crypto, for example, for generating nonces, or for generating secret keys. Can we read bits generated by true random number generator using power analysis? We have 1 paper on it. It's not exactly 100%, 80% accuracy we read in predicting Hamming weight, but some of the attacks can be done efficient in this way. So not only deep learning resulted in these 3 orders of magnitude improvement, it also made some impossible things possible. And I know that nowadays we're all tired of deep learning and make jokes with it, but this is the case when deep learning really found its killer application, side channel analysis. It's actually amazing. So returning to the goals, we would like to advance the state of the art. Why do we need to do that? Because we want to understand possibilities and limitations, right? You need to become a good attacker yourself before you start designing countermeasures. One mistake one can do is start immediately from countermeasures. Then you will design something wrong. We need to have tools to test our countermeasures later. That's why attacks come first. Then we would like to develop new methods for assessment of side channel leakage and design countermeasures. That's, of course, the ultimate goal. The picture which you see on the slide, by the way, is the antenna we used to attack advanced encryption standard on a 15 meters distance. And this is the corridor which got blown up in Kista last week. It's exactly the corridor below which the bomb was placed. So all the windows in these offices where we sit lost glass. You probably heard about this explosion in Kista. It wasn't targeting KTH, thanks God. So results we achieved so far since March 2021, we published 2 journal papers, all of them are in TCHS, which are the top journal in hardware security, and 5 conference papers. I would like to focus my attention on the last one, stressed in red. We will present this result at Real World Crypto Symposium in March, later this year. This is called Breaking a 5-order masked implementation of Crystal Kyber by copy-paste. We like joking because one of the things about side-channel analysis based on deep learning, not only it's possible, but sometimes it's amazingly easy. You will see that we will be really using copy-paste technique to do something which I would never expect to be possible. So let me tell you what is Crystal Kyber. It's a post-quantum cryptographic algorithm which NIST just standardized in July 2022. So this is a new standard. It's an algorithm which will be secure even if quantum computers, large scale, become possible. We don't know if it will happen, but if it happens, that will replace advanced encryption standard for encryption. And it's also key encapsulation algorithm. This is the way of exchanging the key between 2 parties. Maybe you heard about Diffie-Hellman. This is something which will replace Diffie-Hellman in post-quantum world. So this is a hot topic. And because NIST understands the importance of side-channel analysis, they want to invest. So there is a lot of investment in doing side-channel attack on this. And we are one of the groups who are trying to contribute to the state of the art. Right after NIST, NSA included Crystal Kyber in their suite of algorithms to be used for national security systems. So industry are starting to be preparing for the shift to post-quantum algorithms nowadays. That's why having this implementation secured, it's probably #1 thing of everybody working in related areas. So what we found is that existing implementations are not secure, even if they claim to be protected specifically against, to be secure against side-channel analysis, and I will give examples of how you protect against side-channel analysis. They are not secure. That paper I'm going to talk about, we went all the way to 5-order masking just to show that it's actually ridiculously unsecure. Let me tell you a few words which countermeasures are used today to protect against side-channel attacks. One of them is so-called masking. You have your secret string of bits, and what you do, you create a random mask, typically generated using a true random number generator. For example, Cortex-M4 has a hardware true random number generator as an IP. Very often chips have it nowadays. So you generate a random mask, and then you do XOR between your secret and the random mask. And then if you have a software implementation, that secret XORed with a random mask will be processed at some point, and then later the random mask will be processed, right? So you have them both. You can recombine the result together at some point, but you never have anything related to secret itself. It's always masked one. So the order, this is so-called first order masking, because the number of masks you added, the number of random masks you added is 1. We broke 5th order masking. We were just like going 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, then we just ran out of time before the conference deadline, but I'm pretty sure you can go higher. I'll explain why in a second. And then the other countermeasure is shuffling, when you will execute instructions in a different order or shuffle bits of a key, because then you don't know which one is which. You know it's 1, you know it's 0, but what's the order? You don't know that. And we managed to break an implementation protected by both masking and shuffling, which was believed to be completely secure until we broke it. So let me explain why deep learning is so good in this type of things. Basically, deep learning is doing recognition of images. Power trace is an image. It looks like this cardiogram you get from your heart, you know, something like this. It's an image. And what you do when you do training, you give these images to a classifier, and you train it. You say, this is the image, and we process here that bit or that byte or whatever it is you're using as a label. And in Kyber, the one I'm talking about, it's a public key crypto. And maybe some of you know that in a public key crypto, you use 2 different keys. When I would like to encrypt something and send to you, I will use your public key, encrypt it, send to you. You will use your private key to decrypt it. This is it. This is why we can attack Kyber. Because what we can do is we can take any message, use public key, which everybody knows, encrypt it and get a ciphertext. Then we can put the ciphertext to the device under attack. And because the public key, which we use, we know messages encrypted in the ciphertext. So we get labeled training data from the device under attack. This is not possible with advanced encryption standard. You can only do it to public key crypto. And well, if you say, what's the difference? Maybe you can use another device. This is not so, because another device will be slightly different from that device. This is called manufacturing process variation in the LSI design. Two identical chips never have exactly the same power traces. So if you can do training on exactly the same device you're going to attack, you achieve accuracy 99.99999, like 5 nines at 0, which you will never get on another device. It will drop to something like 70. There are tricks to avoid it, but I don't have time for it. So basically, you can use device under attack for profiling, and this is the key. Then the second thing is, because it's a software implementation we're targeting, the secret XORed with a mask, you see on this slide M XOR R. J is a bit, we do it bit by bit, binary classifier, simplest to train. It's processed in one part of a power trace, and then later the random mask is processed. So what we do, we just gave both to the classifier. Look at them both. And the deep learning is powerful enough to not only recognize images, but also do simple operations. XOR is a super simple operations. So it can do bitwise XOR, 2 bits. And this is when 5 becomes important. When we did it for the first time for the first order masking, we said, let's see, how far we can go? Because Boolean functions grow exponentially as we add variables, right? So 2 variable XOR, can we do 3 variable XOR, 4 variable XOR, 5 variable XOR, right? And it becomes kind of complicated. And we tried this. And what we found out, at some point when we reach 4 variable XOR, we couldn't learn anymore. We were getting just random guess accuracy when you do nothing. Just we feed this trace, it cannot find it anymore. It gets confused. It doesn't see which points needs to be XORed. So then we were sitting, watching into these things. What you see on this line is power traces on the top, concatenated pieces which contain information. We know where it is. And then when you see on the second level, it's weights of batch normalization layers. Some of you who never do training, it probably doesn't mean anything for you, but this is just weights of a network, input layer of a network. And the peaks means this weight is important. This is where you should look. So you see on that picture, you see 5 peaks because we feed it's a 4-footer masking. Number of peaks is +1. So we look into the peaks and we say, can we just take the last peak and modify the model? Just copy-paste, because you see on that side for you, the last 2 ones are completely identical, because we copy-pasted. It's exactly the same shape. So we took the last piece from a trained model and created initial model for the next one. We call it recursive learning, just by copy-pasting. So we don't start from a random state, we start from that state, artificially created by copy-paste. It learned from the first time I pressed the button, just like this, accuracy went out, from random guess to 90. That was amazing, probably the most amazing thing which happened to me this year. Last year, I should say, because it was really, we expected it, but not so easy. Copy-paste, that's why we put it in the paper. So this is all about that project, because that's the most exciting result. Now I'm passing to the next one. I don't have to give you an introduction. This is a project focusing on reconfigurable hardware. And one specific example of reconfigurable hardware is FPGAs, field programmable gate arrays. Many companies in Europe which are not producing things in large volume and cannot afford ASIC, application-specific integrated circuits, use FPGAs. What FPGA is just a gate array which you program. So the problem we solve, mathematical problem we solve here is we have a Boolean function and we map it into an array of blocks with up to k inputs, where k is the number of inputs in the lookup table. Nowadays we have like 6, 7 input lookup table. I believe 6 is more popular. So then you have this array and it's compiled into a bit stream, which is just 0 and 1s, like the binary you use in your software. And this bit stream is stored in a memory, typically flash, configuration memory. And then when this bit, at every power on, that bit stream will get compiled into the FPGA. So what is the attack you can do then if you want to steal intellectual property? Because it takes somebody $1 million to develop this design into the 0 and 1s. You can probe the bus and get it. It's called cloning. Xilinx and Altera both started to do encryption to protect intellectual property and use some other techniques. But even if you do encryption, you have to store secret key on device. And if I can get the secret key by side channel attack, encryption doesn't help. No cryptographic method help if a secret key is not securely stored. So that project is a 26-month project granted by Vinnova. We started July in 2021. It ends August this year. It's two partners, KTH and Ericsson, Ericsson Research Group in Lund. What you see on this slide is the equipment we use for some side channel analysis on FPGA. You have so many FPGAs because we typically use more than one for profiling to fight manufacturing process variation, and more than one for testing, just to make sure that it's, sometimes things go wrong. It's always nice to test more. And then you have a Chip Whisperer. It's Chip Whisperer Pro because it has a larger buffer. So the goals of this project are develop security assessment methods specifically targeting field programmable gate array technology and design countermeasures. So we have 6 patent applications submitted. It's a very recent field, so patents are just flowing. As you see, we have 1 journal and 3 conference paper published. I would like to focus on the last one in red, where we actually came up with the first countermeasure. We have a lot of attacks in the group. Usually you will have attacks all over my paper. This is the first time we felt confident enough to actually claim that this countermeasure is secure. We cannot break it ourselves. And this is a countermeasure which is based on a combination of a randomized clock and some duplication techniques I will show on the next slide. Let me tell you what is a randomized clock. Randomized clock countermeasure is as old as side channel attack themselves. Person who introduced side channel analysis, Paul Kocher, he introduced it in 1999. Same year they had a patent on clock randomization. Clock randomization, basically, it's simply your clock period will not be stable, but it will be kind of changing. Sometimes less, sometimes more. So on the first picture, you see a power trace with a stable clock, like stable peaks, like repeating pattern. The other picture shows you unstable clock, so that they will be like narrower, wider, and so on. So until recently, last year when we published the paper, it was believed to provide enough protection against side channel analysis. We managed to break it using deep learning techniques and oversampling. We sample 100 points per clock cycle, then do some synchronization, and then we can break it. So it's good for him that patent expired a few years ago, because the patent is 20 years. So what we proposed instead, as we were breaking, we realized that what would prevent us from breaking it was if we have a block working in parallel with a main block. Just as this, very often simple things work, in fact. I like simplicity. Simplicity is beautiful, I think. So what we did, we duplicated advanced encryption standard and have 2 randomized clocks. We use resources, available resources in FPGAs to create 2 randomized clocks. Each of them is controlled by their own. This simple countermeasure we cannot break. We tried for many months already, and we are at the moment quite confident, because it's actually not some hardware techniques, but it's actually math behind. But to be able to break them, you have to be able to distinguish peaks you get from one core from the peaks you get from another. Imagine they're colored, blue and red. You see peaks together. How do you know which one is which? Brute force search doesn't work. It's 2 power number of traces. If a number of traces is 100, good luck. It's just impossible. So it's based on the combinatorial blow-up below the attack, which we believe is most efficient. Maybe somebody will come up with better. But let's just present you our results. To break unprotected implementation of advanced encryption standard in this FPGA, we need, on average, 116 power traces. If it is duplicated with a stable clock, it doesn't get easier. It doesn't get much harder. It's like roughly double, 220. If duplication is 1 randomized clock for both cores, it also doesn't work, as you see. It gets a bit more complicated, but it's not enough. And we cannot break today 2 randomized clocks. Although it's so simple, we cannot really break it. And the beautiful thing beyond this countermeasure is it's simple. And simplicity is beautiful, because if you want to implement masking, this 5-order masking we broke, it's so complicated. It's such a high probability that somebody will do something wrong, that designer will actually implement it wrongly. Here you just duplicate it. It will take you 10 minutes to take a core and duplicate it. That's first. Second, application independence. You can duplicate anything. Advanced encryption standard, Crystal Kyber. In fact, we are coming out with protected implementation of Crystal Kyber publicly available because people need it. We duplicated it. It takes 5 minutes, and then you have to do the randomized clock. You can duplicate anything. You can duplicate deep learning models if you want to protect them against side channel analysis, and you probably want it, because in the same way, I could potentially steal weights from your networks, and this is intellectual property, which people started doing it, in fact. It's the next big thing in side channel analysis. Glitch immunity. It's one of the problems with duplicating and having a stable clock is that you cannot really perfectly synchronize two units. You'll have glitches in between, and this is used a lot to break hardware implementations which are using redundancy. Randomized clock solves this problem. And finally, universality of coverage. We covered everything. For example, masking just covered the parts which are believed to be secure today, but maybe tomorrow somebody will come up with the attack. For example, almost nobody covers key generation part because they believe that you cannot exploit it. Maybe that will change tomorrow. We just duplicated everything. So we are potentially secure against attacks which come tomorrow, unanticipated attacks, which is great, right? So to summarize, the current status in the field is that deep learning side channel analysis are very powerful. This is a very powerful class of attacks. Be aware of that. They can overcome traditional countermeasures, masking, shuffling, combined ones, randomized clock, and many other countermeasures they broke. We introduced countermeasures suitable for hardware implementations. We are working on the ones for software. So far, everything we come up with, we break in 3 months. We had so many ideas, so many unwritten papers, because like some new ideas come and we break it. That's something we want to do. Maybe next year when I report you, it will be done, we will see. And I would like to finish thanking all the agencies, not only MSB and Vinnova, but for example, the Rode, which were the first funding agency in Sweden who gave me money and trusted in me that it's an important topic to invest. I ran out of this project already, it's finished, but I'm still grateful to them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So that was presentations of 5 different projects. We are a little bit early, actually. So at 14:30, the Minister of Civil Defense, Carl-Oskar Bohlin, will give a speech in Swedish. I suggest that we take a short break. And please be back here at 14:25 in order to let the other room have the last 5 minutes to get in here. So have a coffee if you want to, and be back here in 10 minutes at 14:25. Thank you. So, we are all back. That's great. Now let me present my RISE colleague and the manager of the Department of Computer Science, Hanife Kayari.
Well, thank you, Martin. And I want to start by thanking all of you here for participating at this wonderful event. It's a pleasure to be your host today and have everyone here gathered to talk about how we can contribute better to cybersecurity in Sweden and the society. As some of you know, RISE has a mission from the Swedish government and the parliament, and that is to be your innovation partner. And as this is a collaboration conference, I'm super eager to hear what your needs are and your ideas, and to figure out how we can better collaborate, from everything when it comes to research, to testing things in our cyber range, to certification. So please come and talk to us when you have the time. Today, I think everyone that's working in cybersecurity, which is you guys, you are faced with a fantastic opportunity, but also a very big challenge. Sweden is number 4 in EU's ranking for digital economy and digital society, which means that, this is a fantastic achievement, right? But it also means that we're exposed to a lot of cyber threats and cyber attacks. And at the same time, Sweden is number 1 as an innovation country. So this is a fantastic opportunity. It's here in this country where new things emerge. So today, to inject some extra inspiration to our discussions later this afternoon, we have a very, very special guest with us. So I'm very happy to introduce our Minister of Civil Defense, Mr. Carl Bolin. Carl Oskar Bolin, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, and I will continue to give a few remarks about the civil defense in Sweden in Swedish. Mark Twain sa, som ni säkert känner till, att historien upprepar sig aldrig, men den rimmar med sig själv. Och det är, skulle jag säga, ett uttryck för precis det vi ser just nu. Det säkerhetspolitiska läget i världen, men framförallt i vår del av världen, i Europa, är ett av de sämsta sedan andra världskrigets slut. Här i Sverige gjorde vi misstaget att tro att det som Francis Fukuyama en gång stipulerade, nämligen att historien tog slut i med murens fall, var sant. Och vi gick väldigt långt i den tangentriktningen. Men historien tog inte slut. Historien tycks istället rimma med sig själv. Mot bakgrund av det säkerhetspolitiska läge som Sverige just nu befinner sig i, har den här regeringen för första gången sedan andra världskrigets slut tillsatt ett eget statsråd med ansvar för det civila försvaret. Och det är alltså min portfölj. I ljuset av den brutala krigsföring som Ryssland just nu bedriver i Ukraina, så finns det all anledning att dra slutsatser på en lång rad områden och försöka göra det så skyndsamt som möjligt. Det civila försvarets dimensionering är för det väpnade angreppet. Och det är väldigt viktigt att poängtera i en tid där vi i Sverige under lång tid har ägnat oss åt krishantering. Det vill säga det var hantering av kriser som var den dimensionerande uppgiften för den civila beredskapen. Men en kris är någonting annat än en antagonist som försöker söka våra svagheter. Och jag tror inte att jag behöver föreläsa om det i detalj för den här publiken. Därför att ni som är verksamma inom området cybersäkerhet, ni vet detta. Därför att ni möter detta dagligen. Där finns antagonismen. Jag får ibland frågan, jaha, det är väl bara att göra en blåkopia på, när vi nu ska bygga upp det civila försvaret. Det är väl bara att göra en blåkopia på det civila försvar som Sverige hade under kalla kriget. Det var ju ett av världens kanske mest framstående och mest genomarbetade system. Med uppgift att inte bara få samhället att fungera i sina grundläggande funktioner, men också att stödja det militära försvaret i dess förmåga att lösa sin uppgift. Men samhället är ett helt annat idag. Vi ska absolut låna det bästa av det civila försvaret från den tiden. Men ni alla här inne representerar den mest kanske påtagligt tillkomna nya dimensionen av vad vi behöver rusta för och emot. Jag tror att, och jag behöver inte göra den poängen övertydlig för den här publiken heller, men ett cyberangrepp kan slå extremt brett mot vårt samhälle. Det skapar kaskadeffekter kan skapa kaskadeffekter på ett sätt som få andra typer av antagonistiska angrepp, förutom då möjligen rent kinetiska angrepp kan skapa på ett samhälle. Detta är vad vi behöver dimensionera oss mot. Och därför är mitt budskap mycket tydligt. I återuppbyggnaden av det civila försvaret står frågor som rör cyberförsvar och cybersäkerhet som den stora elefanten mitt i rummet. Det vill säga, det här är frågor som vi på allvar måste arbeta mycket enträget med. Och precis som konstaterades här, vi ligger i framkant när det kommer till teknikinvesteringar, men det så att säga vittnar ju också om den potentiella sårbarhet som vi också har om vi inte hanterar de här frågorna på ett riktigt sätt. Och vad innebär då att hantera de här frågorna på ett riktigt sätt? Ja, även det skulle jag säga ge uttryck för det ni ägnar er åt här idag, nämligen att se till att vi får en så god samverkan som möjligt med alla relevanta aktörer. Vi behöver bli bättre på att kompetensförsörja den här branschen. Vi behöver förstärka och fördjupa samarbetet mellan akademi, näringsliv och offentliga aktörer. Det nationella cybersäkerhetscentret är ett exempel på ett sådant försök, men vi behöver ta ut steglängden. Vi behöver blicka bortom våra egna landsgränser, hitta goda exempel för att inte så att säga uppfinna fel hjul och ta för lång tid på oss. Det finns goda exempel runt om i världen. Låt oss hämta hem det. Låt oss se till att det här samarbetet fungerar ännu bättre. Och det är därför som Försvarsdepartementet och regeringen nu har aviserat att vi under våren kommer genomföra en översyn av det nationella cybersäkerhetscentret. Men tillbaka då till var kommer vi ifrån och var ska vi någonstans? Ja, det civila försvaret i Sverige monterades ju i allt väsentligt ner under det sena 90-talet och det tidiga 2000-talet. Vi kommer från låga nivåer. Man behöver vara ärlig med att säga det. Men vi börjar nu en offensiv resa för att återta förmåga. I försvarsbeslutet 2020 så stakades ju en ny bana ut för återupprustandet av det civila försvaret. Den här regeringen lägger i sin budget för 2023 1 miljard mer än den anslagsbana som stakades ut 2020. Jag är helt övertygad om att de satsningarna kommer att behöva fortsätta. Vi kommer behöva satsa mer på det här området. Och jag skulle vilja säga att det finns anledning att i vissa sammanhang fundera över om är det viktigt att göra distinktionen mellan cyberförsvar och cybersäkerhet? Ja, absolut i vissa sammanhang. Men vi behöver se till att få bättre synergier i det här arbetet. Jag var själv och besökte så sent som igår FRA och konstaterar att det finns potential att få utväxling på det arbete som bedrivs inom ramen för den här myndigheten. Och jag är helt övertygad om, som jag tidigare nämnde, att vi kan få till ett bättre samarbete mellan akademi och näringsliv och framförallt satsa på kompetensförsörjningsfrågorna. Som ni säkert känner till så står Sverige inför att implementera NIS 2-direktivet. Det här kommer naturligtvis bli viktigt eftersom det lägger en mycket högre grundläggande nivå. Det omfattar fler sektorer, det omfattar fler aktörer än idag. Och vi kommer att arbeta så skyndsamt vi kan med den implementeringen och hoppas kunna tillsätta en utredning om implementeringen utav det här direktivet så snart som möjligt. Jag är ju som många kanske lite allergisk mot begreppet strategier eftersom det ibland är, så att säga, tenderar att ha konnotationen av någonting som är lite för löst i kanterna. Men den nationella cybersäkerhetsstrategin som nu ska tas fram kommer, vill jag lova, vara ett undantag till detta. Regeringen kommer under året att påbörja arbetet med att utarbeta en ny nationell cybersäkerhetsstrategi. Och varför kommer detta då vara ett undantag? Jo, därför att rätt hanterat, fel hanterat, så är en cybersäkerhetsstrategi ett tomt papper som innehåller plattityder och självklarheter. Rätt hanterat så är en cybersäkerhetsstrategi en styråra för hela den här branschen som också korrelerar mot andra viktiga områden, inte minst budgetsatsningar. Det vill säga om cyberstrategin kan måla ut vägen, var ska samhällets aktörer, var är vår riktning när det kommer till cybersäkerhetsarbetet. Det är vad en väl genomarbetad cybersäkerhetsstrategi kan ge oss. Och det är min uppfattning att vi bör få en sådan på plats så snart som det bara är möjligt. Och med de få orden så skulle jag vilja tacka så hemskt mycket för att jag fick komma och träffa er en kort stund. Och jag kan inte nog betona hur viktigt det arbete ni gör är. Jag brukar i andra sammanhang säga att det civila försvaret börjar i grunden med varje enskild svensk. Med varje enskild aktör, med varje entitet i det svenska samhället. Och i termer av beredskap så brukar jag ofta prata om personlig beredskap. Men det här gäller ju även på cybersäkerhetsområdet. Det vill säga de viktigaste byggstenarna i samhällets cybersäkerhet är att varje enskild aktör tar sin egen cybersäkerhet på det fullaste allvar som de här frågorna förtjänar. Och sen så ska staten genom akademi och andra aktörer finnas där som ett stödjande komplement. Men det måste börja med att varje aktör tar sitt eget ansvar. Och det görs bäst också genom den här typen av samverkansmöten där goda idéer och erfarenheter kan utbytas. Så ett stort tack för det ni gör och ett stort tack för att jag fick komma hit och prata lite för er.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it was a very interesting speech. And it's clear that we all have an important job ahead of us. Once again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, I really think that was interesting. Now we have coffee. And we will meet here again 15:20 for here or in the B-track in the other room at 15:20. So enjoy coffee and something to eat and see you soon. Thank you. I kan stå. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a good coffee break. We are moving on with track 3A. And to start with, we will listen to a presentation by Joakim Ericsson, but Peter Jonsson is replaced by Dag Helmfrid, both from RISE. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a project about a smart and secure gateway for the secure Internet of Things. It's a Vinnova-funded project. I'm just going to introduce here and then hand over to Dag. That's he's actually from the MSys. But we're focusing on doing a little bit of edge computing, adding an AI accelerator to IoT gateway. So the IoT gateway is kind of in between the connected internet and the IoT devices here. And we're using MSys technology. They're one of the partners. They're doing a chip for both the regular application software, like a microprocessor for that, and also an AI accelerator. So we can use that for different types of IoT applications in the gateway. So we have MSys that provide the chip and design the chip, and we have Uppsala University. They are doing research on like securing and an AI accelerator. Then we have RISE. We have also a use case and project leadership in the project. Our use cases are fingerprinting, and we have two other companies, SMEs. We have IoT Bridge, and it kind of says itself. It's bridge monitoring using this IoT gateway and the AI accelerator. And we have Vitra that also do IoT. They are providing locks and asset tracking on construction sites and other applications. So they use it for that type of application. And the main thing we have in the project, it's seen in the illustration to the right. It's the chip, and then it's using the AI accelerator. We protect the AI models themselves, but MSys will present, and Dag will present more on that in the coming slides. So that's the main thing, the chip itself, and then, as I mentioned, the use cases. And I will now hand over to you, Dag.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, so let's dive into this execution platform that is on the edge. So let's skip forward to... So first, to say a bit about our take on AI acceleration and why you should do it on the edge. So we want to be close to where the data is, because it can be a lot of data actually that you want to make inference on and or condense in some way to take let the downstream or upper intelligence take decisions, or you have things that you will take decisions about locally, and there you have applications that might be mission critical, so you don't want to send off data because of system failures and so. I use the example, would you like to have a pacemaker as a cloud service, for instance? I mean, so mission criticality, it's resource restricted, but not that restricted with the new technology. You need fast response time at the edge, and there is a lot of data. And you want to do this energy efficient at the edge. So reach numbers like 4 teraops per joule in energy efficiency. So do a lot of operations and potential analysis then. So a short dive into the accelerator architecture. So the workhorses of such an architecture is what is called the processing element clusters here, and that's a cluster of processors. And you can see that the total array, if you configure it full for something that you can run at the edge, it's thousands of Mac units in these processors. So that's the processing elements clusters, and then you have the sequencing in a control processor seen at the top, and you have a network on chip to distribute data quickly. And the interesting thing here also as an edge device that it's very flexible. It can run different types of workloads and it's programmable. And so you see here in the middle then that there is an instruction set for the range of applications that you want to run, but it's definable and you can download the instruction set that you need. I will come into what kind of instruction it is later. But then I said low energy. And so there are several factors here. It's quite a busy picture, but you see that doing an operation in ALU is fairly inexpensive, picojoule, basically, to do an operation. But then accessing memory is almost a magnitude more. The local memories, though, are not that bad, but if you go up the ladder here, you see that you spend a lot of energy. So you want to process near memory, and one other thing is then to use efficient data types. And we are opting for 8-bit integers, and that immediately gives you 4 times advantage over the usual floating point 32-bit data types. But we see that you can use 8-bit. And that's also an important result of the project, that we have shown that these applications can show on the can produce a good result on 8-bit quantization. And there is a big library then of these functions or for the different processing elements to run different types of convolution operations. And then we come to the actual secure gateway here. And apart from that the application itself is a security application, then also the platform has to be secure. So and tamper-free, because you deploy it somewhere in the network. It's accessible. So you have to protect the memory here, which will be one of the weak links. The accelerator is 1 unit. And so that's what we are doing together with Uppsala University. So we will be able to run the application that is on the right side here. It's the security application from RISE, actually, and be able to run it on the platform in a secure way. And we will not run it on a chip, but we will run it on an FPGA that is part of the project. It's quite a powerful FPGA, so we will be able to represent quite interesting applications on top of the FPGA. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will proceed. And I say welcome to Bengt Jonsson from Uppsala Universitet. Please move on.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? So I will present our project, which is on software security for the IoT. So IoT is now the infrastructure of our society, among other things. So of course, security is a very important concern. Our project focuses on security of the software on IoT, software that can run on IoT platforms, in IoT protocols, in IoT applications. On top of regular security challenges, IoT systems have challenges such as these systems have a large attack surface. You can even carry them away. You can access them over the internet or on the wireless interface. And they have typically at least the smaller parts, very small resources, meaning that normal security services are typically not available on them. So that motivates the directions for the project. So we work on software security in IoT nodes, meaning checking for vulnerabilities, bugs, or making sure that they don't exist. Similarly, for robustness of protocols in IoT systems. We also focus on mechanisms for protecting the nodes in IoT systems. Nodes can have very small batteries or even be battery-free. So you can just carry them away. What do you do? And even small nodes can have now support for trusted execution environments. They are appearing, but typically they are very small, and we need to see how to equip them with more functionality than they have at present. The project is a collaboration between researchers at Uppsala University, groups working on verification and testing and programming language technology, and groups at Kista. There is the network wireless networking group with Timo Voigt, Luca Mokkola. They were behind the development of the Kontiki operating system, and the security lab headed by Shahid Raza, whom you heard this morning. We have a reference group of SMEs working with software on IoT. This is the homepage. You can find most of our material there. Let me now give you some glimpses of work we have done and published in the last year since the previous Cybernode meeting. So one thing we did was in the area of software security for IoT nodes, was to work on testing to check for vulnerabilities or bugs. And this area has seen a very rapid and even very surprising research progress in the last decade, stemming in large part from the development of fuzzing techniques. Some of them are mainly so-called gray box fuzzing, are successful because you can, with small intelligence and a large number of test cases, you can quickly or find deep bugs in many software systems. Other techniques are more clever and can find hard to find bugs, but take more time. These two techniques are in some sense complementary. So hybrid fuzzers try to combine them. And what we are doing is to see how these techniques can be adapted and be evaluated on software for IoT. So one thing we did was to create infrastructure for using these fuzzers on IoT software, in particular the Kontiki NG network stack. And we evaluated a large number of state-of-the-art fuzzers and also checked how they perform in combination with instrumentation using sanitizers to check for, say, memory problems. And we have reported the experiences and on the, also shown the effectiveness of these tools by detecting a large number of vulnerabilities that have been reported, resulting in CVEs and many bug fixes. In the area of security protocols, where we use mainly testing, we face the problem in security testing that the first type of testing for protocols is for interoperability, meaning you test the protocol in a friendly environment. For security protocols, you also need to check that adversaries cannot make problems by sending malicious data or malicious packets. One thing you need to check is that, which is on top of normal software security, is that when you send a sequence of packets, that you cannot fool an implementation by sending a sequence of packets that omits stuff or reorders stuff and confuses an implementation. So to take an example, on the right, we have DTLS, which is one of the main security protocols for IoT. When you want to establish a secure session, you have to exchange a sequence of messages that are carefully ordered in this way. And an implementation of, say, a server in DTLS has to check this order carefully in order not to be fooled into accepting insecure connections. So how do you now check that an adversary cannot reorder, omit, or duplicate messages and fool DTLS servers if you just want to test it in a black box fashion? Well, we have developed a technique called state fuzzing, where you test this implementation for some carefully selected test sequences. Then you can construct a model from the information you learn. This model, in some sense, captures the reaction to all possible input sequences of packets. And then you can inspect this model by checking requirements on it. All this is fully automatic. And we have applied this to a number of security protocols in IoT and published it in a top, it will be published in a top security conference this year. Of course, you also want to check the data handling. This is a bit similar to testing software, but we have to adapt it also to the situation in protocols where you have to check the reaction to a sequence of data being sent. And here, the techniques that are successful also for software fuzzing, we are adapting them to protocol testing. One is symbolic execution, which we have applied to DTLS and Quick and found a number of bugs. The effectiveness of our work and our techniques are shown by the detection of a large number of vulnerabilities, bugs, and resulting in a number of CVEs. We have also produced on the fly a number of open source tools. They are available from our homepage, and you can use them wherever you find them convenient. Concerning runtime mechanisms, we have worked on trusted execution environments that were the topic of previous talks. So they provide protected environments for special mechanisms such as secure boot, authentication, etc. Now they have been around on major platforms for a while. On small platforms, they are only now appearing. And we have looked at one such technology, TrustZone-M, on small devices. And on them, they still lack some functionality that you can see in larger systems, such as authentication of communication requests from untrusted applications, or detecting if some application inside this secure world has been compromised. We are also in progress of supporting trusted execution environments, in particular TrustZone-M, in Contiki NG. Finally, a word on low energy computing, which we now term as the field of intermittent computing, because with almost battery-free devices, you have to let them operate in a mode where they charge for a while, then compute for a while, then charge for a while, then compute for a while. And specific security problems occur because when they are suspended, you have to store the persistent state and use it resilient to tampering. So how do you do that? We have compared different schemes. Another new area of security problems is in so-called energy attacks, where you attack the source of the energy for which this device can compute. And we have investigated some problems and mitigations for that. So this brings me to the final slide. So This was a small menu of stuff we have done. And think of it as a business card as an invitation for contacting and having collaborations with us. So for instance, concerning fuzzing on software or testing for software, we are eager to see new classes of IoT software on which we can try our techniques. A particular effort we are starting is to look at software being tested in also the environment with the drivers and the hardware. This is hard to do in the real hardware, but on an emulation platform, you will be able to do that. And we are in progress to develop support for doing that. Concerning testing of protocol implementations, we are eager to test new interesting protocols. The progress now is in testing AirDoc. We are developing infrastructure for that. For trusted execution environments, there is an implementation supporting it in Contiki NG. And if there is use cases for that, please approach us. And finally, with intermittent computing, we are trying to see how it can be placed on low-power reconfigurable hardware. So thank you very much for your attention. And
thank you very much. So we move on, and it's time for Alessandro Russo from Chalmers.
Right.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let me see. Next. Yeah, I'm here to present you the Octopi project. So it's financed by SSF. Yeah, so I'm going to divide the talk in 3 parts: the spirit of the project. And then, rather than show you all the things, amazing things that we have done, I choose like 2 highlights that I would like to tell you about it. One with the industrial impact, and another one, which is the most recent project that I'm excited about within Octopi. All right, so yeah, Octopi focuses on developing programming languages for making the IoT, the programming of IoT devices secure. Okay, and we know that IoT is super hard to program with. There's plenty of security problems because of the diversity of the different operating systems that are around, different protocols, et cetera, et cetera. So in the project, we try to give root causes that if we deal with them, we can really improve the security of programming IoT devices strongly in the right direction. So yeah, so one of the root problems is the lack of the security expertise. People usually developing IoT software are not security experts, right? They know how to program IoT devices. They need to use low-level programming languages because you need to be close to the hardware, control all the memory bits that you have. And there is no system-wide control on what is happening when many devices interact with each other. Okay? So can we do it with all of these root causes at once, right? And our mission is, yes, we can do that. We have done quite a lot of work on that direction using programming languages technologies, right? Programming languages that make visible to the programmers what are the security concerns, what are the resources concerns that you have, and what are the interaction with other devices that you might have, okay? So we propose to use high-level languages, because if you use high-level languages, as I said before, you can make explicit, you can remove using details about memory bits and so on. You can focus on more business logic of the application. Then you can make explicit the security concerns when you program, and as well, all the interactions that you might have. Of course, if this was that easy, why nobody has done it before, right? What is the main challenge of this project? Is this arrow. How you push high-level languages, guarantees, and abstraction into embedded constrained devices. That's kind of the challenge. And the way we address that is twofold. So this is how Octopi works. At Chalmers, we are great developing languages for different purposes. So we have the blue part, where we play with different languages for different things, data privacy, information flow control, resources testing. And once we design that language, then we push it down into IoT devices following two paths. Or the programming language that we developed generates code, low-level code, like C, in an automatic fashion. You compile that, and then you run in the device. Or we design a virtual machine that fits in the IoT device and can interpret this high-level language, right? This is the orange and the green part, okay? So, last year when I was here, I was presenting different stories or different results on both tracks. Today, as I said before, I'm going to focus on two highlights. And the first one is about a language that we developed related with data privacy. So we want to collect information from IoT devices. And usually that information is generated by human behavior, right? And encodes a lot of your habits in your private life. How can we perform analytics and learn from that data without exposing the privacy of the users? Okay? So we created a language. That language is called Dipela. That does precisely that, allow you to process data with personal information, but in a way that when you observe the result of that processing, you cannot point fingers to see who was in the data set. Okay? But still you can learn from the population, from the whole users. So this result was published in the top-tier conference, Security and Privacy 2020. This is one of the most tier conferences in security. And we created a spin-off company with the same name, Dipela, that aims to, or is targeted to push the research that we did in this project into industry, right? So this year, we run a paid proof of concept with Ericsson. So, and we succeed. We were super happy with the collaboration. Ericsson was super happy with the collaboration, and they even invest time in writing an article about that collaboration. Okay? Let me show you the use case. So you see, like, we started this idea of Dipela for collecting information from IoT devices, but we use it completely different when we interact with Ericsson. And this is a use case. So we have a car manufacturer that wants connectivity, and Ericsson sells that connectivity to the car manufacturer. Okay? And Ericsson has contract with different telecom operators across whole Europe, right? But Ericsson would like to give to the car manufacturer information about how the network behaves. Okay? Where the peaks are, where the flats are. But it doesn't want to reveal which operator was down at a certain time of the day. So here is not the privacy of a person, it's the privacy of how the operators work, right? Because Ericsson is not there to evaluate the performance of the operator. It's just to provide insights about the network connectivity to the car manufacturer. Okay? So we use Dipela for that. Yeah, and it turns out that in this scenario, it could help Ericsson in developing the products about the connected vehicle. All right. So the second highlight that I want to show you today is related to one of the latest programming languages we are working on, and this is related with information flow control. Information flow control is about having a tight control how data moves in your application, how your secrets are being handled. When your secrets reach some unauthorized place, you should raise an alarm right away, okay? And you would like to see that in the code. When you write the code, you would like to that the compiler tells you, look, here you might be sending a secret over the public network, and that's not okay, okay? So, yeah. So we are developing a programming language for confidential computing. Confidential computing is this idea of having a clean room where participants can put data in. Nobody can see what happens inside the clean room. You can process the data and take out the results, okay? And this is using what we hear before here, HGX or another trusted execution environment, okay? So our contribution in this space is the following. and there is a poster outside with the students working on this, is to develop a programming language. You can see there are 3 colors, green, red, and yellow. You program, you're thinking about trusted execution environment or not trusted execution environment. And you program about having a value in your program that moves between different parts of your application. And we automatically will take that code and split it in the code that goes in the trusted execution environment and the code that goes outside the trusted execution environment, outside the clean room, and we give you all the secure communications for free. The compiler will take care of that for you. And on top of that, we check that secrets are handled in the right way, that it never happens that what is outside the enclave might leak some information. All right, just to wrap up, these are the list of publications that we have. We can see top-tier conferences. We have like 2 top-tier conferences and 2 distinguished work. But besides publication, we have the tradition to release a lot of code about our experiments of languages, so someone else can try and play with them. So we can see there, in green, are code releases. And of course, I'm not alone in this project. I'm with all my colleagues, fantastic colleagues, and students that help me out to make the release of Octopi a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next speaker is Timo Vogt from RISE. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks also for pronouncing my name correctly. This does not happen very often, that the first and the last name is pronounced correctly. So my name is Timo. I have the pleasure to present a project that's called Don't Hack My Body. Yeah, so it's, the series ended with, here's a whole list of people that have been active in this project or that are actually currently active. So it's a lot, not only my work, there's a lot of people that are working in this project. One of the things I like about this project is that its name is really, really cool. And it's so cool that actually Dagens Nyheter found this project and wrote an article. This was in last summer. They wrote a whole article on this project, a full page. So we were, of course, very happy about this. And if you do look at the title, you can see that there's some play with words that you will soon understand. So the motivation for this project is there are a lot of people who have implanted devices inside the body, and we believe that the number of implants that people will have in their bodies will just increase. Because people are getting older, they will have multiple diseases, there will be also more and more advanced hardware. Right, there will be drug delivery system, there will be artificial organs. Another thing is intracranial pressure monitoring devices that measure the pressure in your head. Mine is maybe pretty high since I'm talking here. And it does really make sense to network these devices, which I will tell you soon. But before you want to network these devices, you of course need to know how can you actually network them. There do exist some existing technologies for this, but they have some problems. In particular, for many of these technologies, the data rate is quite low. So what we have explored in Uppsala is that we're using typical RF radio frequency communication, like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, inside the body. This does not work everywhere, but it turns out that within the fat layer in the body, within the fat, it works actually pretty well. One of the advantages is that fat is actually everywhere in the body. It turns out it works better for people who have more fat than for others, but but it works. And why you want to network them is that some places inside the body, it's actually quite hard to get signals in and out. And this is because of the layered tissues that we have around some of the organs, for example. But you could actually network them and then try to communicate from one sensor that is very deeply embedded to another sensor, and then to a sensor that is, and then to a like so-called aggregator node that is placed where it's easy to get the signals in and out. So this is why it makes actually sense to network these devices inside your body. Of course, if you want to start connecting sensors in your body, or if you start doing it, then security is really important, right? You don't want to have an attacker that takes over a device inside your body, right? In the worst case, this could be life-threatening for you if somebody messes around with your pacemaker, for example. Somebody could also install ransomware, like they did in, for example, Consum, but inside your body, you know, you would maybe think of paying, right? Also, the data we can collect from our body, this is really very private, so we don't want to leak it. In the future, we also expect that we may have some secure control loops inside our body, where you have, for example, a sensor measuring something, and you have an actuator that, for example, delivers a drug somewhere else in your body. However, security in the body is very challenging, right? We've heard in previous talks that IoT security is very challenging, but if you bring it inside your body, it becomes even harder because you have space constraints, which also means that you have power constraints. And we're also dealing with a new channel for communication here. And as I will say later, we cannot use this channel only for communication, we can also use it for sensing. And there are also some scenarios where you then want to provide access, right? If there's a medical issue, an emergency scenario, then you actually do want to provide access to the sensors inside your body. So this leads us to the objective of the project. We want to secure in-body sensor networks that are based on the communication through the fat layer within the body. For this, we have collected groups from Uppsala University. It's a group that I lead, a group that Christian leads. You've seen him before here. It's also a group with Robin Augustin, who is who works on the microwaves in medical engineering. It's also the group of, you have also seen Supra Kanti, he's sitting here, and Andre is also involved, may also be sitting somewhere here. And we also have people from the medical side. So we also have a person who works with plastic and reconstructive surgery, who is kind of our medical expertise in this project. The goals are, as I said, to secure in-body sensor networks and secure this new channel that we have for communication and for sensing. We also want to secure in-body control loops, and we want to make the security from within the body towards the external world. We have a set of demonstrators. These are so-called phantoms that emulate kind of the real tissue within the body. We have also started a little bit to do actually some experiments with real human tissues, but you know, it was a long way to get there. So some of the results, I will present some of the overview here. We have a security architecture where we focus on how to generate the keys from entropy that we find within the body. That's a novel protocol that we have built there, and we're currently implementing it. And we have also extended it from previously just having it as a multi-hop, just as a single hop to multi-hop, where we have distances between several sensors. We're also working on antennas that restrict the leakage, right? You don't want the signals from inside your body to get out, and with antenna design, you can prevent this. We're working with very low power communication called backscatter communication that uses this fat intra-body communication. We're also working with privacy, as I said. One thing is to use antennas. The other one is to, try to avoid this by confusing attackers what you're actually sending, which I will talk a little bit more about this later. And we're working on covert communication, where you want to hide that there's actually some communication going on. Another area is secure in-body control loops. There we have focused on models for glucose and insulin dynamics, and in particular, when somebody is, eating something, this then can control this. This one could also be seen as an attack, so there's a real uncertainty there that we have to deal with, which makes this topic very challenging. Another thing is the security between the in-body network and the external world. There we have devised a prototype that connects to health databases. We have also recently built a secure aggregator based on trusted execution environment that we heard in several talks. And we have used this to avoid remote compromise and remote denial of sleep attacks. A whole bunch of work and very successful work has been done on physical layer attack detection, where we detect attacks based on the physical layer properties of the communication channel, basically trying to prevent that somebody is claiming to be somebody else, but based on the physical layer. And one of the recent work has also been around using backscatter, and they're trying to identify both the entity that generates the carrier and also the tag. Major achievements, we've been doing good jobs to work all the goals. There is in particular, very strong collaboration between the groups that have different backgrounds. We have quite some publications, awards at top conference. We've put a lot of work into phantoms. I will show 2 of them if time permits. Let me just continue to them. So here's a phantom of a torso of a whole body. You can see that we have the skin, the skin, and the fat and the bone on the sides. We also have used this channel for sensing also. You can see that if you're having 2 sensors that communicate inside the body and there's a hinder like a tumor that is growing, then this actually makes the communication a little bit worse. Now I come to my last slide because I have almost 0 minutes only left. So this has been successful work. It's really great, exciting, multidisciplinary work. This project is also, if you have a secure in-body channel, that enables lots of things, right? We're also talking about, or we're actually doing work on connecting brain-computer interfaces through a secure fat channel to prosthesis so that you can start kind of, moving your prosthesis. We're also trying to connect these brain-computer interfaces to cars, etc. And if you're interested in these topics, please come and talk to me. And thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speech about Riot. We will have just one presenter. It's Magnus Almgren from Chalmers. Welcome.
So my name is Magnus Almgren, and I will present Riot, so Resilient Internet of Things. And this is a project sponsored by MSB, the Civil Contingency Agency. So in the team, we have 2 nodes. It's a joint project between Uppsala, where you have Christian Rohner as the senior researcher, and at Chalmers, you have me as the senior researchers. And then we have a set of PhD students. So in some ways, when we look at IoT, we have complementary views. So first we look at the hardware or the device in itself, but we also consider the software and the data collection. We also look at the individual devices contra a network of device, the collection of IoT. So the goals, the vision of the project is basically that we look at the applications driven by Internet of Things, and we try to make it more resilient because we start to see them used in critical infrastructures. We try to detect cyber attacks and mitigate them when they happen, and data is really in the center because we collect a lot of data and we need to understand when we can trust the data and when nodes are compromised and attacked. So in the project we have 3 goals. So the first is really focused on data, so data provenance and trusted data. We also look at distributed security management and attack detection. And in the 3rd goal, we look at how we can communicate the results from the project in an interdisciplinary fashion. So in this talk, I'll focus mostly on goal 1 and 2 and speak a little bit about the research output. If you're interested in the third goal, come and see me in the mingle. And as I said, we really look at the individual devices, contra a network of devices, because sometimes it's easy to focus on a single device to harden it, to make it more difficult to attack. But sometimes you need the resources of more nodes working together to mitigate an attack. You've heard a lot of IoT, and I thought I would show you this schematic figure to kind of show where we work. So we are on the mostly on the bottom, so constrained devices. There is still a range, and we worked with very constrained embedded devices to more powerful things that might have a GPU. Sometimes we go up into the fog layer, very seldom on the cloud side. So really focused on the bottom. So for the rest of the talk, I'll speak a little bit about the research activities that we've had recently. So this will be a relatively fast overview, and the goal is for you to kind of recognize something and then see Christy and me in the mingle. So we've had several contributions to doctoral and licentiate thesis. But if we look at the contributions, you can basically categorize them in 5 different areas. We looked at hardening individual devices. We have the provenance and trusted data. We have attack detection for IoT. And we've also looked at the more powerful classifiers you might get from deep learning and how you can bring those down to the nodes. And finally, we have some theoretical findings in understanding a collection of intrusion detection systems. So basically, if you have a collection of nodes and you have different systems running together, it's important to understand where they work and strengthen each other and where they might actually just be redundant. So if we look at the first part, hardening on the device, we can see that for more powerful systems, we have good algorithms. So Argon 2 is one such example. But it's difficult to bring down these algorithms to the constrained devices because they are incompatible with the constrained nature of the devices. They're really built to use a lot of resources to make it difficult for the attacker to use them. So we've developed Clipaha, where we consider the client and the server, and we move some of the work from the server to the client side. So we do password stretching on the client, and we can demonstrate that with this scheme, we can run powerful algorithms, even where the server side runs on very constrained hardware. So we use ESP8266. Going to provenance and trusted data, we've investigated blockchains, but blockchains and IoT is very challenging. For example, you have a problem with bandwidth, you have a problem with the energy consumption, and sometimes it's also difficult to have readouts from the local node. So you want to access the actuator and the sensors, but you don't really have any opportunity to do so. So we investigated and we demonstrated that we can actually use blockchain, smart contract, and offline contract signing protocols on IoT devices. And we also developed a scheme where we have new opcodes in the virtual machine, so we can access the local environment of the sensor to use the actuators or collect the sensor data. Then we go into attack detection, and then we've investigated how we can take intrusion detection systems and move to more powerful IoT devices, but also very constrained embedded systems. So as you might know, we have 2 types. We have knowledge-based systems. Here, we usually focused on known attacks. We try to create a signature, and then in the background, we have some sort of a pattern matching to see if the signature matches the traffic we see. On the other hand, we have behavior-based, usually driven by machine learning, where we usually learn the normal traffic or create the profile, and we detect any anomaly from this profile. And the contributions in the project actually touches on both of these sides. So if we look at first the knowledge-based, the architecture on some of the IoT devices can be differs and are a little bit constrained. And that has an impact on the type of pattern matching algorithm that you would run. So we investigated how they would fare on different types of devices, and we could also suggest a new hybrid approach that would actually outperform the existing ones. We've also looked at anomaly detection, where we started from a system developed for ICS. You've already heard of it if you went to the RIX presentation earlier. So that was the starting point. And we could show that we could actually put it to very constrained hardware because the algorithm in itself doesn't use so much resources. We've also looked a little bit at deep learning. So you have already heard the paradigm shift in AI. And from the perspective of Riot, we have classifiers, so very powerful classifiers. But opportunities and challenges to bring them to nodes. So they work well in the cloud, but on the constrained nodes, you have energy, CPU, and memory constraints. And when you look for training, it's even more difficult. But here we started out looking at an overview of what's existing there to run deep learning networks on constrained devices. Then we went to transfer learning. So basically, you can train something in the cloud, then you can bring it to the individual node where you can change the model using transfer learning based on the context where the node is running. And that worked quite well. And the latest result is a much more general framework in having learning on constrained devices directly. And the final topic is the composed intrusion detection systems. As I said, we have a collection of nodes and a collection of attack detection techniques, IDSs, that runs at the same time. And we want to combine this system maybe to decrease the false alarm rate to make sure that we have a better system. We also want to make it resilient against adaptive adversaries. So we tackle this from an information theoretic approach, and we look at robustness when we combine detectors and try to find ways where we can look at the full system and then understand how we should tune the individual detection algorithms to have the best results. So this was very, very quickly what we're doing. So find us in the mingle, and we can speak more about the particular results that you're interested in. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And now the final presentation from Panos Papadimitratos from KTH. Welcome.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be here again. I will be presenting the Secure and Private Connectivity in Smart Environments project. Surprise, in brief, it's funded by SSF, and it's a constellation of the groups that you see here, led by Simon, Thomas, Eric, Mikael, and myself. So, what actually is the backdrop of this project is this relentless advancements towards digitalization. Everything is becoming connected. Everything is becoming eventually a smart environment, be it in everyday business or everyday life. Well, this opens up these systems and our activities to potential attacks and exploits. And what we are after here is to dispel the bleak future of having, if security and privacy is not implemented correctly, having a smart environment becoming a horror environment. Now, it's a daunting challenge, so we thought in this project we should be pragmatic, and we focus on 3 key enablers towards that objective. Trust management, meaning identity and credential management. Lean, resilient, secure, and privacy-preserving networking protocols, and data validation and secure and privacy-preserving processing. Now, again, this work was undertaken by this constellation, which is diverse with key expertise in each respective domain. You see here Simon, Thomas, Eric, Mikael. And this is What basically we were doing, organizing the work according to the color code you see in work packages. Not necessarily WP1 is connected to WP3, but this is for an overview. And each of those contributes towards one of these three key enablers I mentioned before. Now, this multi-university and multi-group setup has complexity on the one hand, but on the other hand, can be a blessing. Why? Because in each of those universities, there is already, as a substrate, an interesting research environment. And there are other initiatives. And in fact, it turned out to be the case that we could leverage collaborations within each. Now, wherever I mention anything, this means that one or more of the partners had an active role there, so I won't be making individual references. For example, WASP, Security Link, also with in connection with FOI, and Digital Futures. We were also very, and we are, because the project is ongoing for quite some more time, we're very outward looking, so we cared, for example, to bring to Sweden and Stockholm, in this case, international leading conferences that have never been here before, whether it is a privacy-enhancing technologies or conferences on security and privacy or information theory with a strong security component. Activities within a pilot security project and a number of other collaborations. We also have a number of collaborations with industry. Also, it depends whether it is in the format of someone being in our advisory board or having an active collaboration or participation. Now, out of all this, a handful of PhD theses, a handful of postdoctoral researchers completing their mission, and a number of other contributions, and of course, ongoing work. I will pick very brief and very briefly discuss 6 representative pieces of work, just to give you a glimpse of what we have been doing all this time. Sample, or let's say Exhibit A, a piece of work that looks at certificate transparency, a way of dealing with wrongly issued certificates post facto. Well, this has been in popular browsers, but it hasn't been in a browser that provides privacy, anonymizes the access of the user by Tor. Here is a proposal that supports exactly this, does both, does the certificate transparency and the privacy preservation, and can be deployed incrementally. You see there, in each of those slides, you will see the full title of the publication, where it was, and the authors. In a different context, vehicular communications or connected vehicles, we heard this mentioned earlier, and security and privacy. The challenge is that each of those smart vehicles will be leaving a rich trace of information behind. So how do we deal with this? How do we basically have security, transportation safety, and privacy preservation? And here is an efficient solution, which is standard compliant and doesn't cost to get the additional protection. Yet another front, cryptography in this case. You all have heard about the advent of quantum computing, and of course the anxiety of having cryptographic primitives that can withstand the sheer power of those computers. There has been a lot on that front, and then one of the partners of the group has worked on an efficient, powerful attack against a key establishment scheme in a public secret setup. So it can recover relatively fast the secret key. So it's a continuing arms race on that front. So Front 4, the problem here is localization. In particular, global navigation satellite systems, or if you wish, GPS or Galileo, which is a European one. And people have realized for quite some time now that someone can spoof, someone can jam, but not only disrupt the positioning, but also dictate the position to the victim receiver. Authentication, cryptographic protection is available, but then in this line of work, we are looking at attacks which can manipulate position, even though there is cryptography. And we develop countermeasures exactly to detect these attacks at the physical layer. Front 5, let's say you want to access data, but you don't want to reveal what data you access. There is a naive approach. You can download all data and then search for what you're looking for, but this costs a lot. The answer here is, how much can you get while saving, because it's costly, and still get the data you want? And here's a full characterization of that, the capacity of privacy-preserving access to data. And final, front, you have data that you want to share, you want to disclose, but, well, you hesitate. So what if you distort them, you blur them, and then you disclose them? Well, they might be not useful any longer. So the question here is, how can you do it? Have a new design that is efficient, blurs the data just enough so that they're still useful, and they do not leak any information about the original data. Now, I'm closing with 2 events that have been organized over the years, Cybersecurity and Privacy Summer School, CISEP, that brought, over the years, security superheroes to Stockholm, I should say, and Switch, that had brought the community, especially the junior researchers on security and privacy together, also for many years, and we hope that these will continue. And that is the information about our project. You can find more on our website. We'll keep updating it, also with other pieces of information, such as, for example, some contributions to advice to the European community, as we have seen done very recently. So that's it from me, just in time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that was track 3A. Just some final words. I'd like to say thank you to all the speakers who have attended this conference. Without you, there would be no conference, just as with all you participants, both here physically and online. Thank you for attending this conference. I think it's been very interesting. I also would like to say thank you to my RISE colleagues and MSB colleagues who have helped us arranging this conference. And thanks to Motion, the company that has helped us broadcast this conference online. Give us feedback about what can we do better. We hope to arrange a new conference in a year maybe. That's not decided yet, but hopefully. And give us feedback and we will try to do it even better. So, evening mingle. Welcome to join us and continue talking to old colleagues and new colleagues and enjoy some drinks and good food. Thank you and welcome to the mingle.